That is most definitely a problem for tomorrow. Hello, everyone. How are we doing? How is everybody doing? Hello. So, before anyone wonders why it was silent for a few minutes, is because I literally went out and came back in because I heard a kunk. And it sounded like the kunk you get when a squirrel's jumping around a place. And I wondered why a squirrel was jumping around the place. And it seems that a squirrel has jumped and landed on our guttering. And the guttering has fallen off. So, well, some of the piping's disconnected. So I'm going to have to fix that tomorrow. Yeah, am I lucky? As if I didn't have enough going on. So, as before, because once again, it didn't like me starting the Q&A on the system, and I tried that. So once again, we have the Bruships Q&A going on Discord. The link there should be a link to it, he says. I'm going to make sure I copy link, and I have a link to down in it below. So that should be on. Okay, so hello everyone, and questions have now begun. So when questions start turning up, I will start answering them. But I will also explain quickly what this video is about. For starters, I do have regular Iron Brew, but I also, courtesy of a fine young man known as Dr. Dan, have some 1901 Iron Brew. And today is the last time I should, if everything goes to plan, he says, if you can get into it, be able to do Bruships from the Brushack. This is the last time this office will be used for a live video. Which is sad. Because you might not realise this about me, because you might not have realised that I'm a bit of a workaholic. But pretty much every week I'm not at home. I have been out here for up to 12, 14 hours a day. Usually every day of the week I'm in here for some reason for at least a couple of hours sorting out some work, because I always have something I want to go quickly get done. And the joy of being a functioning insomniac means I'm up when everyone else is asleep, so frankly, I can do that. So, since this place has been made, and I've been pretty much lecturing and teaching from home, I think I have probably pretty much lived in here for the last few years. It can be argued. And, yeah. Not gonna be in here anymore. It's gonna be weird. Admittedly, I'm gonna have a few weeks of Bruships on the road. That is my plan. As you all know, what I did during Australia was, if I had a spare hour or so on a Sunday, I would do a Bruships video. And I'm also planning to do weekly, on some of the Wednesdays and some of the Saturdays, there'll be videos go up which will be edits of what we've done, a little bit of what we've done so far, tasters. So there'll be the Scandi Ship Tasters series. So lots of things are going to be happening, and it's going to be interesting. But yes, and this week is literally just going to be me answering questions. I might, if Fleet's very nice and it gets very late, invite Fleet on later on. But at the moment, it's just going to be me answering questions and chatting away and saying thank you to all, and doing a bit of sending this place off in style. Because let's be honest, I know you're currently seeing pile of boxes, and to you it's probably not very much, but because it's just been the background to me over the years. But yeah, it's currently is literally full of boxes and still books I've still got to pack away and all sorts of things. But yeah, this has been my office. This has been where I have brought to you all the naval history from, with my iron brew coloured walls and my shells and my view of the garden, which looks more like bushes than anything else, let's be honest. Although, I'll try to show you, I do have my tree out there that I get to look at quite regularly. Yeah, you can see a bit of it. So yeah, this has been my office. This has been where I've worked for, and I've done Bruships. Every time I'm doing Bruships, I've been doing it from in here. This is where I've done Bruships from. This is where I've been working from for the last... Ooh. Good lord, does it... COVID hit in 2019, and I've been here for the last 5 years. So yeah. So this is it. This is where I've been running this from. When I wasn't, started off in my bedroom and then moved out here. So yes, this is the sort of decommissioning ceremony for the Brushack, in a way. It's not quite as decommissioning, because it's decommissioning I'm saving a can of 1901 for, and that will probably be a solo, just me chatting away to a camera and doing a recorded video. But this is the last live. If everything goes to plan, he says. If everything goes to plan. Okay. I should say that Runon, Steve, Clarke, and a lot of us are trying to sort out Discord to make sure it should run. It should be running okay. I have it set up so everyone is supposed to be. I think Runon's set up so that there is a particular thing that has to be activated. Let me just check. Sorry. Literally just permissions. Who can access it? There is supposed to be a role you can open up to give everyone access to it, but if I can't, I'm just gonna stop it being a private channel, and I will deprivatize it when I will reprivatize it when the lives are over. Okay. So sorry about that. It was set up as a private channel still. I think Runon has got a methodology going on, but I think Runon is probably still digging trenches. And my brain is not functioning to the point I can remember the methodology, although I'm sure it's somewhere in my messages and Runon has explained it all to me. But yes. There you go. Yeah, there is a message, but if I go to that message in Masters at Arms chat, I will then be blocked. So everyone should now be able to put messages and questions in the chat, in the Bruships Q&A. Permissions. It's not a private channel. Okay, I pressed the wrong button, didn't I? So, hopefully that's now fixed. He says. Hopefully that's now working. Having a fun day with Discord. Nice thing, I've been told I've been prone to ethnocentrism. Should I be worried about that? Look, everyone is ethnocentric to an extent. They do tend to think about their own historical group, their own things in the first place. So, no, it's not something to worry about unless it becomes a case of you are ethnocentric to the point to which you ignore others. So, it's the ethnocentric is not bad as long as it's done in a way which is you still acknowledge others exist. It's when it would be like if someone turned around and went, ah, yes, Portugal's the best country in the world, if they're Portuguese, and yes, we invented electricity, we invented a telephone, we invented the computer, and all these things, and we're just going, no, 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 no one else has invented anything. And the reason I picked Portugal is I had a friend who is Portuguese, and saying that is going to wind him up. So, yeah. You know, can I get you some local soft drink that I consider you might like when you're in Helsinki? You're more than welcome to be a guide to that. There are going to be, as the week by Tuesday, I'm going to have a final list of all the museums posted up, and I'm going to have notes by all the museums. This is going to go on my Discord, Drax's Discord, on the Shipshape website, everything, and it's going to have all the details of all the museums, hopefully, that are finalised. And you have to note, some museums are going to be open for us, but have said they might not be open for the public. So there are a couple of museums which could be like that, where we'll be saying we're going there, but there'll be a note saying, please don't follow us there, because they're not open for everyone else. We'll see you afterwards. We're just listening to so you know what we're doing that day. So if we see you afterwards, you know what. And again, for Oslo, for Helsinki, for Narvik, for Karlskrona, and Gothenburg, and Stockholm, we are wanting to do meetups wherever we go. So if people want to meet us up, if people want to have dinner with us, people want to come to get together with the Shipshape crew, more than welcome to. Just remember, we are 5, I'm going to just be honest, blokes, travelling together. We are away from the influence of people who try to guide us towards healthy eating. So please, it's meat, and all the bad for you foods. No, seriously, we have Dr. Dan with us. He does occasionally remind us to try and eat salad, and then eventually, probably me and Drac growled him over our large burgers. Okay, so. And hello everyone. Let's say hello to people first before I start the questions. So hello Drakenred, hello 9661, hello Team Locker, hello Peter Dawson, hello Tanner Velica, hello Michael Cooch, hello Calvin Gasberg, hello Blackbird Maximus, hello Abzaski, hello Andrew Bofa, hello Steve Clarke, hello The Brook, hello Stephen Richards, hello Drakenred. Probably all said up, I'll say it again. Hello Leslie, hello DGV40, hello Vice Admiral Nelson, hello Raptorat, hello Byron Newman, hello Bug Guy 829, hello Jonathan Stringer, hello the Foo, or Fleet of Oceans as everyone else probably tries to call him, hello Michael Gooch, hello Colin Cameron, hello everyone who's here, hope you're all well. So, let's see, what have we got in the questions? Knights of Great One, question 250. So between... Is that 9th of December 1944, 11 volunteers took part in air spraying trials against malarial mosquitoes using underwing sprayers. Why was the British Royal Air Force trying to beat disease? Well, let's be honest, if you're able to beat disease, you can improve crop yields, improve the health of your soldiers and your other personnel in camps and prisoners of war, and it's a lot prevention is a lot easier than cure. It's a lot easier to try and prevent malaria than it is to cure malaria. So if you can prevent lots of people getting malaria, you have a far more viable armed forces. And question 249, compared to early scimitar, Seavics and buddy tankers, how much of an improvement would a Buccaneer with its 4,908 litre buddy tank capacity? They were a big improvement, not just in terms of capacity, but in terms of the flexibility of their deployment. The Buccaneer was a very maneuverable aircraft, and a buddy tanker like that was useful. It made life a little bit easier. Exactly, nicely on the ethnocentrism question. Frankly, no country is the best. The whole idea that one country is superior to all other countries is absolutely stupid and sounds of something that, well, yes, it is. Look, as I always say, nationalism in a good way is taking pride in your country and its accomplishments, knowing all countries, everyone has to work to be better. There's always room for improvement, but taking pride in it. Once you get on to what I call start heading from nationalism towards fascism, is when you start thinking your country is not just taking pride in your country, but believing your country is superior. There is taking pride in something, and there is a superiority complex. Pride is a good thing. When pride turns into superiority, that's when it's a problem. Taking pride in your work. The other phrase that can always be spread is holding yourself to a certain standard, a certain quality. You will deliver this level of quality. That's a good thing. Believing you are superior and so your work is automatically perfect no matter what you do, that is a bad thing. It's like with everything in life. If you are doing something in moderation, it's usually a good thing. It's when it's taken to excess, that's when it's a bad thing. And there are certain things in life we can't control taking to excess. Humans are programmed not to. We become addicted to things. Like massages, sugar, caffeine, really, really great bacon. All things which it's very easy to take to a very high extreme. Because let's be honest, we would all love to be having our favourite sugary beverage, preferably a sugary caffeinated beverage, whilst having massage and eating crispy bacon. We would all want that. The only thing that could be topped by would be being in a hot tub as well at the same time. Okay. You know, there are just very few that is something which is very addictive. It's good to have maybe one off, but not good to have on a regular occasion. It will destroy you. Not sure how, but it will. Now, Team Locker, can I get the answer to that one? By Moxus. The P1154 supersonic Harrier is developed and adopted along with the CL-84. Impact on UK, Canada and world? Depends on how quickly they're adopted and how useful it is. If it's developed as it's billed to be, and adopted as well, I wouldn't be surprised if you see a large number of adoptees, but then it's going to depend on how they respond to it. Is it treated as a sideshow like the Harrier was originally, or is it treated as a, oh my, this is a new must-have? If it becomes a new must-have, then expect to see a lot of people developing things. Mike66, I know that universities don't give credit to your YouTube work, but if they did, and an interview asked Dr. Clarke, which free YouTube videos do you think best showcase your talents, which ones would you pick and why? Oh, good lord. I'd probably pick my battle cruisers video to show where I came from. The Type 26 video to show my range. And possibly the Green Boys video to show how things have developed into. But honestly, there's a constant. It would be really interesting to try and give them a current video, but it's always a case of my current videos are I'm often too close to be happy with. There's always bits I would change in the current videos. It gets after a while they've gone enough in the past. I look at them and go, actually that was okay. So it's usually I'm more comfortable with the ones a little further back. Bioaxis, how many Queen Elizabeth class battleships or proposed Tiger Queens could Thames Ironworks and shipyards build? Probably 2. One after the other in series. Leslie, would the proposed Buccaneer S3, if built and used as a tanker, be with 6,000 capacity still being used by 2010s? And I'm presuming that's from 9681. I don't see why not. Its airframe life should be okay, but there is also this thing called the Treasury and their ability to cut things, so there's a large chance the answer's no, but that's not because it can't be still in use, it would just be it's being cut. Black Marcus, what if the British had moved had both the TSR and 4 CVA-1? Well, the Falklands War probably wouldn't have happened, and Britain would be a very robust global power. So basically you'd have the superpowers, then in the global powers down below that you probably have Britain as the primus inter pares of the global powers by a long margin. And then you'd have probably, well, I'm not sure whether France would have dropped down to a single carrier. In a world where Britain has 4 carriers, does France drop down to a single carrier, or do they maintain at least 2? Or do they try and not increase it? I don't know. Let's be honest, the nuclear deterrent is more about the French than it's about than anything else, and same with the French nuclear deterrent, it's more about the British. But yeah, joke from, by the way, yes, Minister, there, just in case. But yeah, they're probably gonna be interesting. It would be an interesting world. And what part of the UK are you moving to? I'm moving down to the southwest, moving down to Cornwall. Basically, we looked around here, and our family have been sort of the wider family's been moving in that direction and heading down that direction for a while. And we looked at it and went, the only people up here now are my aunt and uncle, and I love them dearly. But Mum's getting older. I go off for a month at a time, and my sister's then basically the designated person to help out them. And my sister's health isn't always so great. It's been getting better, but she has had a couple of bouts with some tough illnesses over the last few years, sorting out various issues, and so it seems more sensible to be in a place where there's more family, where there's more support. So it appears in discussions of you and Leslie are going in a progression from Toga Hayachiro through Yonai, and then it seems to vanish past Yamato, who was killed in the US on 1942. So do we know who does Yonai fall back on after this? I don't think it does go to Yamato. I think it. I have a suspicion. There is a economics professor who does a lot of the writing about Yonai after he dies and various other things, and who is the next an education advisor, I think is the better phrase to put it, to the Crown Prince. So it's an interesting one. I would say that is my strong temptation. But yeah, I need to do a lot of digging to work that one out. Hank, alternate history. Someone in the German Navy visited in 1945, sees the Kohiteki class and gets funding develops basically the Type 27B by 38-39. Okay, let me just check. Do you mean the Type 22? Not Type 27? Because I don't think there is a Type 27. I could be wrong. Ah, that's a midget one, but that's the Sea Hund. Well, afraid, yeah. Develops the Type 27 midget submarine, the B variant. So I'm presuming, yeah, that's the one that could carry 2 torpedoes. With one to 3 dozen per month is authorized by 1940. 60 to 100 are being built. How much could they provided they could be transported by rail? So med and black sea possibilities. How much could they do? Honestly, not a lot. Look, they would be useful because, but in a short range way. They are very, very much short range. So your main use of them is, well, they had a small sail, the midships, with the small sail with all the things, etc. But their range, they can do a submerged speed of 6.9 knots and a surface speed of 5.5 knots. They have a range of 270 nautical miles on the surface, and 63 nautical miles at 4 knots subsurface. They are lovely little vessels. What would they be used for? I suppose you could use them as a flotilla defense. They could be really annoying for things like like amphibious operations, amphibious landings, because they could be put in behind minefields, operated behind minefields, and they'd be really, really annoying. In the Mediterranean, they haven't got much distance, but again, if you're covering distances like those across the straits around Malta and that sort of area around Sicily and the Mediterranean, you could probably do some nasty damage with them. I don't think they're really going to help you with Gibraltar. Your main problem is going to be, as quickly as you can mobilise them around, what you can use them for once you get them there. So let's say you take them out to the Black Sea. Woohoo. You've got them. What do you do with them? Because if they're on the surface, they ain't going that fast to get anywhere. So they're going to be a localised defence asset. And they're going to take a lot of personnel, a lot of infrastructure, a lot of equipment, a lot of material. But on the other plus side, I think it makes it, as they finds it difficult to get a return from their hull, and they're very quiet, which makes them very difficult to get detected on hydrophones. Which means what's the biggest probably effect they probably will have is a development and a rapid development of anti-submarine warfare capability. I wouldn't be surprised if their greater presence and prevalence cause the towed array system to be developed far more early. Well, it was already when I'm doing this far earlier. It was already developed. Remember, they'd been using towed arrays of various varieties in seismic work, etc., since the 1920s, and I can see navies going down that route, which could be interesting because towed arrays and single props are an interesting scenario. It works, but it does create a lot of noise down the towed array. But you could carry it off center. You could tow it off the side. That's probably what they would do. It's not going to provide you with the same control or same result, but it's going to provide you with a far better sonic image with the technology they had at that time. That's an interesting one. That's a full video ready to work that one out. My masters, without the Washington Naval Treaty, would more countries look into turbo-electric drives? I fervently believe so. I think I recorded this in a video recently, but I fervently believe so. Or I would. Did you know? They did a ship shape yet. I'm both worried about ship shape and my own finances at the moment. Literally, this is the scary thing, and I will say this: the current schedule, if it all goes to plan, touch wood, is I arrive back from Finland, and we move the next day. Literally, I arrive back from Finland, and we move. We are the movers arrive the very next day. Literally, I arrive back some point at 9 o'clock in the evening, and we have movers turning up at 8 a.m. the following morning. Life is fun. So, yeah. I expect to go functionally... How do I put this politely? Well, I coined a phrase with my friends years ago, and I think I don't claim we own it because I'm fairly sure other people coined it as well. Of when you know you are going to run out of money at some point because of all the things going out and when the things go out when the things come in. I wouldn't be surprised if I go functionally bankrupt. With zero money able to be drawn from any of my accounts for at least 4 days. Somewhere around the 3rd week of July. I am expecting it. I am planning for it. I am sure it's going to happen, because there is no other way I can make the sums work out. And that's fine. Again, that's okay. I am the type who realizes this is the likelihood because of the way funding works in academia, and when checks come in, and likelihood when bills go out, and this time I was expecting it, so I have things things stored up. I have stuff like, you know, all the preserved foods, etc. happily, and it won't cause any problem. It'll just mean that for those 4 days when I wasn't going anywhere, I wouldn't have any money to do anything if I even wanted to. But life happens. Alright, this is why it's good to do a budget. Okay, I'm a big fan of budgeting. I always teach my students, do a budget and work out if this sort of event is likely to happen to you. And you can. It's not good, but as long as all your bills are paid, you're not going into debt. I've got my credit card, but that's about it. And you're otherwise fine. Everything's okay. That's nothing to panic. Your bills are paid. And if necessary, you know. Well, normally I like to have savings behind me for these sort of occasions, but yeah, currently the move and everything has rolled that out. So that's the one part where I have been naughty. Because my grandfather always taught me to put 1/3 into savings. Your bills should be covered by less than 1/3 of your income. You should be able to use 1/3 of your income for basically living life. And 1/3 of your income should be saved. And that was always how he put it. So I've been sort of naughty. The 1/3 saved hasn't happened. Right. So, that's everyone. So, after the Marine Nationale got its 36-ship fleet of large destroyers, then what? Probably more destroyers. Let's be honest, that's what they wanted. They wanted destroyers. Sheridan, we know universities don't consider YouTubers a valid for career prospects. Do they like television work? Yeah, they do sort of consider the TV work. And let's put it this way, even my TV work ranks up there a bit. It's one of the fun stuff. It's the fact of Mysteries of the Deep. The fact that I've appeared in all the series, all the episodes of that, I think, across the series, both series, and a few others ranks up higher than the YouTube work. Let's see. Oh. Although, if you want some fun, if you go look at Mysteries of the Deep on IMDb, I'm listed as one of the stars. I should really get a headshot sorted out for that. My IMDb bio is terrible. Oh, good lord. I should... Yeah, I should sort out that, because, yeah. Oh. Blanco Maximus. If the P154 and the CL84 are adopted, and CVO1 class is built with ramps, what kind of air wing composition would they have? I assume the CL84 could be adapted for several roles such as ASW, Airborne Early Warning, Air Refueling and Transport. Ooh. So, basically, the Dynavert itself, the CL84, is not really... It's a testbed, okay? So, it wouldn't be the CL84, it would be whatever was built from the CVL84. So, the CVL84 is a testbed. Then, let's say they go away and they develop something else based from it. And, yeah, that aircraft could well be used as the basis for those other roles, but... that's going to push it quite a bit in terms of technology. You probably would actually find the Sea King used as those systems. But again, the whole point of doing the CVA one is that it wasn't going to be. It was going to be a full fixed-wing Calabar carrier. That's it. 96831. 246. As the Marine Nationale's fleet plan was supposed to be 6 Chacal, 6 Leopard, 6 Agile, 6 Falcon, 6 of the Fantastique, and 6 Mongol class, where they be sent? Well, they're going to be spread around. They're going to be focused in the Mediterranean, probably, because that's, especially if it's going to depend to extent on what war they're fighting, but let's say they're fighting a war like World War II. Then they, first of all, are going to get focused on the Atlantic and the various surface options around that, and probably some in their various dependencies as part of their protection for them. And then, the moment the Mediterranean kicks off, they're all going to get shoved into the Mediterranean, because that's going to be their primary circuit. And they're going to get spread up and down the Mediterranean, because they need them. Yes, they're big destroyers, but they're also the French destroyers. They're what they have for destroyers. Senator, what if instead of 5 R-class battleships, 5 small tube boiler Queen Elizabeths get built? So basically the RN goes for an R-class armor profile, because the armor is actually slightly better on the R than the Queen Elizabeth, but adds small tube boilers and makes them the Queen Elizabeth style length, if not maybe a little bit longer, and so they get their 28 knots. Then someone has a problem. Because the first thing that's going to happen post-World War I if you've got the successor class up to 28 knots, is the Royal Navy's going to rip open the Queen Elizabeth class that are in service, original ones, and turn them into 28 knot ships. It's literally going to be... You'll be able to measure the time for those ships going in to have that kind of surgery in minutes. You'll be able to measure it between the war ending and the Royal Navy doing that. And the Royal Navy will pass it off as, oh, well, you know, with the downturn of work, etc., we've got to keep the Royal Dockyards going, so yeah, this is going into the Royal Dockyards. Dun 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 dun. Yeah. One will go into the one at Malta, one will go into Portsmouth, one will go into Plymouth, one will go into... they can't fit one into Chatham. And they'll then do the others afterwards. That'll just happen. As for the war fighting, well, it means you end up with 2R class at Jutland, which can do 28 knots. So, let's say Jellicoe has kept them. Those two ships could end up finding themselves with the Invincibles as backing up there, in which case, first scouting group, instead of lumbering into the Invincibles or 3rd Battlecruiser Squadron on their own and going, whoopee, we outnumber them, we'll go, oh, frigates! Which could change the fate of that little battle, and could change the fate of the 3 Invincibles, because, let's be honest, if you got 2 thundering 15-inch gun battleships steaming at you, and matching you for speed, you might well consider withdrawal the better course of valor. And the better chance of survival. You're also probably going to lose some ships for the Germans. And that's going to be a problem, because the moment the Germans start to lose ships, that's when the German battle plan really starts to fall apart. Because the High Seas Fleet has to preserve its fleet numbers. It has to sink British ships while preserving its fleet numbers. It cannot afford to do anything else. So it's got a big problem if it starts to sink, if it starts to lose ships, which means they might try and do something really stupid. They might actually try and do the withdrawal with the pre-dreadnoughts, the Deutschland class being sent in to try and hold them back. It would not be good. It would be very, very costly for the Germans, and it would turn the Battle of Jutland complete on its head. Post World War II, as said, you'd have the Queen Elizabeth would get their speed upgraded, because again that's fairly easy to do, and suddenly the cornerstone of the Royal Navy going forward is 10 28-knot 15-inch gun battleships, which is going to change your approach to Nelson and Rodney, whatever comes at that point. They'll also have to be 28 knots, because that's going to be your battle line speed. And that's also going to change the American perspective, because you can try and claim that your ships you can say, well, our ships match in and all these things, but if they're all capable of 28 knots, then they can all dictate the firing range to you. So that gives the British a bit of an unfair advantage in any treaty system. It gives them a massive unfair advantage. It also probably changes a few things vis-a-vis World War II, because your R's and Queens become a homogeneous group that you can work with and are doing many, many different roles depending on how modernised they've been. And it also might have made the modernisation path a little bit easier. And a little bit more justified, because they're all fast battleships. Any plans to visit the US again anytime soon? Well, I'd love to visit the US. I would love to go see the aircraft carriers they have there. But it's a case of having two things: time and money. Money, I think ShipShape has shown, a few other things have shown that we can fundraise for trips, so that's not really an excuse not to do anything. That's a case of what kind of support can we achieve, and what kind of trip can we put together. But time is a completely different matter. Once I'm moved and everything's set, I've been considering doing a solo trip for a while, because I've now done the group trips, and this is going to be my third group trip, because we did Canada, which wasn't prior to ShipShape, and then we did Australia, and now we're doing this, and next year we're hoping to do Japan. And I'd like to do a solo trip myself as well, somewhere. Just to see if I could do it. And to see what would happen if I did it. And I think probably America's an easy one to do on that one, because there are some quite easy things to want to go and to easily say I want to go see. I'd really like to go see an aircraft carrier, a couple of aircraft carriers. And there are a few places where I can go and see an aircraft carrier and a battleship in the same day. Woohoo! That's me happy. And I hear there's even a place where I can go see an aircraft carrier, a battleship, and a destroyer in the same day. And that's got me written all over it. So yeah. That's on there. Question 7. Would this be possible? The 4 Malta class are built and converted. CVA are built with a Malta class sent to reserve. Then a successor class, CVA-1s are built, or whatever CVA-1s are built, in the class in the 80s, built with the CVA-1 class sent to reserve and the Malta class scrapped. Well, that's possible. That's possible. It's highly unlikely. Because, you see, what you're dealing with is a replacement every 20 years, and most carriers tend to be, a service life tends to be measured in about 3 to 4 decades. So that's the thing. That's the point Drake usually makes, and I agree with him, is if you have the Maltas done, then they probably come into service late 40s, early 50s. In which case, they'll be replaced late 80s, early 90s. Tail end of Thatcher's government. Maybe 70s, late 70s, early 80s. Maybe. But probably 80s, when there's, especially, probably around the time as well as Ronald Reagan's doing all the things he's doing, it's probably going to affect things that sort of end up ending the Cold War by making the cost so prohibitive the Soviet Union goes bankrupt. And probably the Royal Navy gets their carriers and their carrier program as part of it. And then we'd be probably talking about their replacements about now. Because their replacements would be 2020s to 2030s. Question 8. Considering the British battlecruisers jumped by 7,700 tons from the Indefatigable class to the Lion class, how much could a similar jump from HMS Tiger to the Queen's have resulted in? Okay, that's... Tiger isn't a battleship. Okay? She's a battlecruiser, for starters, so there's no real jump between her and the Queen Elizabeths. But I think your question is, how, if there is a jump between the classes, what is the differential? I could see you going up by a similar tonnage, and you could quite easily see the Queen Elizabeth class are roughly 33,000 tons, roughly, as built. Well, if you'd gone small tube boilers, but had also, and 28 knots, and had also wanted 5 guns, so you want to preserve all that, as well as having the necessary sort of armour, sort of 5 twin, 15-inch, you would probably be talking something around about 40,000 tons. And if you consider the Iron Dukes which preceded them are 25,000 tons in normal, they're already about 8,000, well, 7,500 to 8,000 tons heavier than them already. So you could have seen an even bigger jump. But there's also already quite a big jump between the two. Like 66, you were put in charge of the French Navy in 1890 and will hold that position until 1914. You're given the authority to guillotine up to 2 people per year to incentivize shipyards to actually follow the frigating plans. Assuming funding is broadly as historical, what sort of navy do you build and what do your ships look like? Okay, so as I'm the French, I need roughly to pursue 4 types of vessels. I need long-range cruisers that can do colonial work and also support my battle line if I find myself fighting Britain, but I would hopefully not fight them. I need battleships and torpedo boats that I can dominate the Bay of Biscay, my north coast, and the Mediterranean with. And I need submarines. So I'd basically pursue that. And I'd want to make sure I never built in a ratio of less than... For every 2 battleships I built, I'd want to build 3 cruisers. For every battleship I built, I want 4 torpedo boats. For every cruiser I built, I'd want 2 torpedo boats. So if I built 2 battleships, I'd build 3 cruisers, and I'd build 14 torpedo boats. And I'd probably keep that ratio going the whole way through. I'd also want to build some submarines, as mentioned, but that's going to depend on how the technologies come through. I'm going to try and invest in a standardization of classes. And I'm going to try and keep construction time down as much as possible. But pretty much my battleships are going to be respectable speed, but not fast. But they are going to be quite heavily armoured and armed. So they're basically going to be ships which you do not want to get in a fight with. They are not going to go hunting the enemy. They are about defending myself, or in the Mediterranean, they don't need to hunt someone. They will literally just box them in. Let's be honest, the Mediterranean is great for this. You don't have to, in the Atlantic, etc., you have to go hunting someone to find them. And they can move around. In the Mediterranean, you can literally shut them off down one end of the Mediterranean and just keep heading towards them until they get caught. And they can't get around you if you have enough battleships. And backed up by your cruisers. Cruisers will be faster. I'll also try and aim it so that my cruisers and my battleships have the same main guns. And the same secondaries. Just different layouts. Probably my cruisers will be bigger than my battleships because they're going to be faster and longer ranged. We'll move that to one side. Night Secret 1. Was Eagle's additional 13,000 shaft horsepower a result of new engines? It didn't hurt. It didn't hurt. They're just slightly more efficient. Blowman Maximus, how many CVNs do you think the USN should have? Is the current amount okay, or should it have more or less? If I was the US Navy, I would want to have at least 12 large fleet carriers. Now, the thing is, in commission, but I'd also like some in ordinary reserve. And I think the problem for the US Navy is that almost you need to have a 2-tier capital ship, a carrier fleet, in that you have nuclear for, let's say, 8 vessels, but it's very difficult to have nuclear reserve vessels, nuclear reserve carriers. So you then want gas-powered, especially now we're into emails, gas-powered carriers in reserve. And you want to have 4 in regular service and 4 in ordinary, i.e. in reserve, at any one point. So you could have 16 fleet carriers when you needed them, but most of the time you have 12. And the point is, when a nuke ship has to go in for maintenance, instead of you losing fleet numbers, you just activate one of the gas vessels from ordinary and cover it. That would be the policy. But the thing is, the Americans are limited by their own approach to it, to nuclear carriers. They are the very best you can buy, and so therefore they don't have enough of them. They really need probably about 12 to sustain operations with the capability they want to do. It's close to it, but it's not enough. Question 10. Have you or any of the ship's head crew heard anything more about the Japanese Aegis cruisers? That could be a discussion coming up on bilge pumps at some point. Bilge pumps should hopefully resume later this year. Don't worry, Staffordon. Thank you very much for being so kind and offering. Runon, I'm still scrambling home. Just glad you didn't hurt yourself doing all the trench digging. Now, let's go through one. With 35 to 39,000 ton animal carriers, would the British follow-on ships be around 30,000 tons? Depends on the treaty. If they decided to build the Admiral class carriers, and let's say they decide to convert them about the same time they decide, instead of going, right, we can't modify these ships to do anything and be the carriers, the battleships we want them. So about 1917, they decide we're going to build them as aircraft carriers instead, which they could have done. And so they churn them out. They would probably be in service by 1920. So you'd have a problem about that point, because you'd have to rewrite the entire Washington Naval Treaty around those carriers. There's going to be 3 of them in service. So the answer to that is, I don't know. Because any scenario where they exist, they're going to change things enough that there probably still will be a treaty, but they're going to change the treaty limit. So it could be 30,000 tons, it could be 27,000 tons, it could be 35,000 tons. It's going to depend on what the cumulative tonnage allocation to the Royal Navy is under those circumstances. Does the Royal Navy get allocated 5 ships again? Do they get 135,000 tons? In which case, if they've got 3 of 35,000 tons, then that's a bit of a problem. Because, let's be honest, that's 105,000 tons of your 135,000 ton allowance taken. And that's before we start including Eagle, and Hermes, and Argus. So, there are problems in this scenario that you have to work through before you can give an answer. If destroyer tonnage at London Naval Treaty was 2,500 tons, what would this have meant for the various navies in their destroyer development? So if they structured around 2,500 tons for all the destroyers, well, if you're going to have a destroyer leader, so originally they have 1,500 tons, and then 1,850 tons. For that, so for the destroyer leaders, you'd have a tonnage allowance of what would it's going to be? It's going to be roughly 3,100 tons. So you're going to have the submarine destroyers limited to 2,500 tons, and destroyer leaders at roughly 3,100 to 3,200 tons. And what's that going to mean for navies? That's going to mean a lot bigger destroyers. And they're going to be even more... It's probably going to have an effect on small cruisers as well. Because let's be honest, if your destroyers are able to be 2.5 to 3,000 tons, depending on the destroyer leaders, and let's be honest, the Triber class, which is 3,000 tons, well, they're roughly 2,000 tons as it is. Add on an extra 1,000 tons. They are getting a dual-purpose gun. And they are getting all the torpedoes they want as well. You're talking about something which will quite literally be able to fight anything that floats in destroyer version or light cruiser version, and probably most capital ship versions. You probably see a lot more investment also in things like torpedo autoloaders, because that would make it more viable. And yeah, light cruisers would be the thing that would suffer most. I think you... Let's put it this way. Your light cruiser doesn't have a sufficient advantage over your large destroyer until it's over 5,500 tons at that point. And I would say your refuser class are probably going to be considered a bit small. You're probably looking at something which is larger than that, and the Didos as well, because let's be honest, they don't give you enough of a differential from a large destroyer to be necessarily worthwhile building them rather than two large destroyers with similar materials. Hank, from what information I found, it seems Type 27 range was boosted by external fuel tanks to range 500 miles. Could they die with this attachment? Yes, but it was interesting, because they did have issues with the attachment, with them staying in place. Would you see any benefits of the teardrop hull on submarines in Model 2 before the Snorkel system was developed? Not really, because it's going to damage their ability to operate on the surface. It's going to devalue their capability for surface operation, and that is going to have a problem. That is going to cause it to be a problem. You want to be as confident on the surface as physically possible. That's not going to be a good thing to have. So when you're on the surface and when you're maneuvering on the surface, which is where quite a lot of these submarines spend their time, they would be at a disadvantage. Nice to clear everyone. Wouldn't an Admiral class carrier being 866 foot 6 inches long, 120? Sure, you have reasons for all these figures. Would 90 aircraft be too big for all dry docks, the Empire, and Panama and Suez canals? Why would they build it like that? Then that's the question. No, that's the honest question. You have got some stats that you have work weighted out. I'm sure you've got them from somewhere. Probably, I'm guessing Courageous class conversions, just tempted by that. Whereas I would probably be using Eagles conversions. But the main thing you've got is they would then build a ship according to your stats, which would be too big for the Panama Canal and too big for the Suez Canal. Panama Canal, they're not really going to bother about too much. But they're going to build something for the Suez Canal, quite happily. As for the dry docks in the Empire, well, you know, there's a lot of fuss made, but Hood does fit in some of them. There are enough floating dry docks around, and again, they'll probably work with it. And from Hendrik Bover, what size of warhead does it take to sink World War II ASW frigates if shooting at the bottom of the hull could an anti-tank rocket like Bazooka sink them? Shooting at the bottom of the hull? Are we in water or out of water? Are you literally... Is it sitting above you magically and you're just firing at it, or are you in water? Because if you're sitting above you as firing, yeah, that probably works. That's gonna be... water comes in. I think it's going to take... You see, the thing is, just making a hole in the bottom doesn't necessarily help. you have to make a hole in the right place. So let's say if you make a hole in the engine room in the bottom and it fills up that space, then you can possibly sink a frigate. But yeah, considering their watertight integrity, full enough, etc., if you hit anywhere else, then it might not. And you've also got to make a hole big enough the pump's not going to work. So you're probably going to want something bigger than a bazooka. I don't think a bazooka will be enough. I don't think it's going to create a big enough hole to let enough water in to sink it and overwhelm the pump system. Huh. Also, if the arrows are converted into an Eagle carrier, converted into an Eagle style carrier, 860. Wouldn't that push the USN Nigeria into response to try match? Yeah, they might do, but are they going to get funding to? That's the thing. They might try and respond, but are they going to get the funding to, and are they going to necessarily push it down the route? So, yeah, they probably will respond, but are they going to respond next year? Next 5 years? Are they going to watch what happens? That's going to take it a while. And, yeah. I don't think they have a draw. I think one of the problems you have going on here... Let's see, what was Hood? Hood's draft was... Yeah, she gets around. So that's fine. So, one of the things I would point out is the draft for Our Military Latour for their battleship version is 29 foot. The draft for HMS Eagle in deep load is 26 foot 8 inches. The draft for HMS Hood is 32 foot, and she gets through the Panama Canal and goes through the Suez Canal quite happily. So, I'm going to say I don't think an Eagle conversion of an Admiral class is going to be a draft of 31 foot 9 inches. The figure isn't ringing true to me. Maybe the 27 foot 9 inches. But, that seems more that. I don't think it's going to be the 31 foot 9 inches, because that's far too close to Hood's one, and Hood is 42,000 plus tons. And again, with a 90 aircraft, it's going to depend on how the air group's structured and set up. So you've decided it's going to have 90 aircraft. If it's built with internal hangars, even Eagle-style hangars, as the British do like to build, I'm not sure if it's going to end up with 90 aircraft. It could do. But you're going to also have to get that in that period past the Royal Air Force and the Air Ministry. So, good luck with that one. Excuse me a second. Excuse me. Play nicely. Come. Hey, no. Come it. In you go. No. Play nicely. I know you want a game, but you're not getting one. You can come in here and I'll give you a biscuit. If you come in here and behave, you'll get a biscuit. Sit. I said sit. Good boy. Ah. Oh. We worked up. Ah, we worked up. You don't like all the boxes, do you? You don't. And you think we should all stop packing up boxes and play games with you instead, don't you? Yes, you do. Okay. Sorry. Fluffy research assistant of the poodle variety. Would it be correct to think that without the treaty, Eagle's 20-foot hangar height would make the RN stand... The RN would probably have copied that for the Preacher carriers. They really would have, because they liked the hangar height on Eagle. They found it useful. It would improve subsequent carriers, but honestly, in that scenario... In a scenario where you have no treaty, then carrier development is going to be very different. In a scenario where you have things like Admiral-class hulls being developed as aircraft carriers, you're going to have very different carrier development. You're going to have a very different evolution, because you're going to have, from the get-go, carriers which probably represent what the British end up ultimately want, which is both strike power and secure and defence. They're prepared to accept slightly less aircraft to have slightly more survivability for those aircraft because of the realities of operating in the Mediterranean, etc., prior to radar. And even once you have radar. So things are different. Rapid Razor, did the Royal Navy consider destroyer conversions to fast transport similar to the American APD? The British used destroyer hulls for some amphibious command, and used it for some different amphibious roles. There's all sorts of little amphibious roles they're used for. But also, how do I put this? The British are less likely to do a specialist conversion for a destroyer to amphibious role. They just use it for the amphibious role, because that's what they've done in World War II. And the British didn't go, oh, we're going to be using our destroyer for amphibious role. Let's make it comfortable for the commandos. No, the British just went, commandos, aboard, take them off. It's not nice. It's also not sensible in some ways. So, nice to front. Treaty, that's very simply answered that. 20-foot hangar height, that's going to add to your metacentric height, it's going to add to your weight. Anything adds to your top weight, you're going to have to add weight down below to balance it out. Yeah. Another from Night Security 1. Question 237. If Almantil Latour class was 742 foot long, 90 foot, 5 foot wide, 6 inches wide, a draft of 30 foot 4 inches, a speed of 24 knots, hull making Eagle, that, all this, does a slightly faster Eagle make that difference? Not a jot. Follow up to question 237. Would a 25.5 knot Eagle still be planned to be retired in the 1940s? More than likely. Because it'd be an old ship and it's a conversion, so it'd be still horrendously inefficient. See, Clarke, how much of the Argentine invasion would need to be destroyed to cause the invasion to collapse? You need to destroy the landing craft. So you need to destroy the landing craft and the personnel carriers. If you destroyed them, then you can make the invasion collapse. Renan, what happens if the RN's TSR fire observation aircraft wake up in 1938 with modern FLIR systems and the training logistics to support them? Honestly, I'm looking up for that for how much do infrared cameras weigh? could a Spitfire take them? Look, if they have them and they're available for them for fire observation, Royal Navy's fire observation aircraft, wake up and have them, then they're going to be very useful. They're going to use them along with their ASV, their anti-surface radar, to direct and target opponents, and it's also going to mean that if you're hunting for ships at night, especially in this period, they're going to stick out a lot more. And that's going to be interesting for various operations. I think Operation C is going to be the biggest difference, but also probably going to see a difference in Matapan and in Norway. The British are going to have a few advantages when it comes to hunting down the enemy ships. If, say, Turbot survives World War II, minimum damage, but is still in Norway, would you go to Norway, Allies or Soviets? She'd be a massive bun fight. Honestly, there'd be a massive bun fight. Soviets would probably want her. The Allies would not want the Soviets. The British and Americans would not want the Soviets to have her. Norway would probably try and make a case for her, but would they use her? It's a whole debate. Right, those are the changes made in the HMS Eagle conversion applied to Admiral hulls as they'd get life. What you said, and I had to rely on the hood size sort of questions. Yeah, but that's not, because as I just pointed out, Eagle's draft is actually shallower than her battleship design draft. So, yeah, I think there are issues here, but we'll leave it to one side. Well, there are some differences already between her sisters and Hood. When did navies prefer flying airwing on and off carriers versus craning? About the time they started having enough air bases to actually make it viable, and that they weren't gonna, be craning them ashore because it was easier to operating perspective. So once you have enough airbase and things sorted out, it makes it a lot easier to crane them, to fly them. But craning is a safe option. What's the book between the boxes? Battle of Midway. Yeah, there's the Battle of Midway by Home. Collected edition. It's 1912 and you're director of naval construction. You are told we're bringing in all the Monmouth class for a major refit. Make them more relevant, useful for modern war. There's a good chat. What does the most refit Monmouth class look like? I would find the nearest piece of ordnance and explode them up. No, I wouldn't. What can I do with Monmouth class? What can I do with them? They're armed with 14 6-inch guns. So they're basically light cruisers. They're capable of 23 knots though, and new. And they got two 18-inch torpedo tubes, some 12-pounders. I think the main thing I'd want to modify them and work on them is probably their turrets fore and aft. I'd see if I could modify those turrets to be something other than 6-inch guns to make them more useful for engaging other ships. Because their 6-inch guns are fine, but they're just... the trouble is, if you're an armoured cruiser and you're going to fight, and you're fighting in a cruiser scenario, you're probably going to need the range more than you're going to need the 6-inch guns. They are very good anti-torpedo boat, anti-fleet protection ships, and if they're used, they're supposed to be. They're good in that role. They're fast, they're capable, they're flexible. If they're used in the role like one was found at the Battle of Coronel, then they're not in good position because they don't have the heavy firepower they need. And a buffer. If a nation in an interwar era was building cargo freighters but really auxiliary cruisers, what would, given they are willing to spend money in the US, money for things like an iron engine? What would, given that they are willing to... if a nation in interwar era was building cargo freighters but really auxiliary cruisers, what would, given they are willing to spend money for things like engines? Good. I'm trying to work that question out. Henrik, can you redo that as a question? It might be me, but it's not making sense to me. Why does the Iron Duke's draft increase by 4 foot 1 inches over 1911 King George V? Hull design, pretty much, and where they balance the weight. Behave now, boy. Oh, good lord. Peter Dawson, if the infrared system was available, would the ley light be invented? Probably not. Because you don't really need it. Honestly, with that sort of system, because it's passive, the enemy ships don't even get the warning of being able to hear radar squawk. Or detecting radar, or the submarines don't even get a squawk of radar. They get nothing. They just get boom as they blow up. Especially as you probably then add that system onto ships and other things as well. It could be added on as sights to guns and all sorts of things. That could make a real big difference. Especially in night fights. Run on. Altera anti... I'm eating, so a little delayed, but like Altera anti-ship missiles were hunting for Raleigh barking. Dead sat at attention when you whistled. I'm currently paying the G-stacks. Very good. Nice, Aaron. If the Orions were built at the size of Latour, 61 foot long, 92 foot beam, 29 foot draft, and 28,600 foot. Good on that kind of day. So basically, if the Orions are given an 80-foot extension on their length, given a 4-foot, well, almost 4-foot extension on their 3.5-foot extension on their beam, their draft has gone up by 1.5 feet, and their tonnage has gone up by 6,000 to 7,000. Single fists, etc. How does it change Queen Elizabeth and our class? No idea. No, let me explain that one. I don't have to work it through, but also I would point out that if you're changing those designs quite so dramatically, that the displacement for the Orions is now, well, they're 22,274 tons in normal, and you've now put them up to 28,632,000 tons. So they've gone up somewhere in the region of 6,000 to 10,000 tons. You've changed so much of the history that the Queen of the class are going to be completely altered differently. The only scenario where I could see that happening is if the Royal Navy operates with the Orions as well, triple turret configuration. So they're going for 15 guns, because that would then work it out. And if that's your reason, that's the reason for it all, and they've gone 15 turrets, you could end up with a 15, and you've got pushed that size already into them. Then they're already quite big. When you're going for the Queen Elizabeth class, 15 inches could be possible. And if you decide you're going for the speed, then they could have the small tube boilers, and it isn't going to be much of a change. Basically, the thing, the odds are in that scenario, if you're, the rationale for it is probably going to be a triple turret, because that's the only thing that really sort of explains it. And so you could end up with the Queen Elizabeth and ours being 15-inch gun ships, and possibly even 28-knot ships. Okay. So, if the 13.5-inch armed battleships in question 229 had the Orions and the 9 Conquerors 22.5 knots, and then the Iron Dukes to be 22.75 knots, would they try for 25 knots? Well, they were trying for 28 knots, and then they settled for 25, and then dropped down. So, yeah, they'd definitely be trying for faster in terms of that one. And question 681. Second follow-up to question 229. If the 13.5-inch armed battleships were built as described in question 229, what would prompt the British to do this? If the Germans started looking at a triple turret, if the Germans decided that their option was to go for a maximum firepower and went for a triple turret, the British would go for a triple turret and overload. So if the Germans, instead of going for 12-inch, went for 11-inch in triple turrets as their option for development, that would be the British response. Because the British are upping their gun size, not in response to the Germans, but in response to the Americans and the Italians and the Japanese. That's the tech race that's going on. The qualitative race. If the Germans go for a triple turret, the British will have to go for something bigger than that. So the British would also do the triple turret because the British have to qualitatively be the best of the best. Okay, the British can't afford anything less at that time period. It's a really weird scenario. So if the Germans go for a triple turret, that's going to be considered the direct challenge to Britain, and the Germans trying to get a boost in firepower. That can't be allowed to happen. So the British will go for a triple turret as well. And then the Americans will probably go for a quadruple turret. Because, let's be honest, the Americans like to have the most guns of everyone. The British don't really care about the Americans having the most guns of everyone. They do care about the Germans, because the Germans are challenging the British to a quantitative race. Andrew Bofa. If a nation is trying to build auxiliary cruisers, but trying to hide it, wanting max capacity, what kind of ships could they build? Oh. Fast liners. You want to build something which has got a high speed and a good cruising range. Let's be honest, the cruise liners in World War II ran a fair number of the Royal Navy's cruisers and the American cruisers ragged. Every time the Americans or British decided to actually escort a cruise liner, they're basically the cruisers that would do the escort would come in and have to go straight to a yard to have their turbines fixed because they're just not designed to do that kind of operation. You see, a cruiser is designed to spend its life cruising around and then occasionally operate at high speed. A cruise liner, that goes everywhere at full speed. It's like the Soviet Air Force and the Russian Air Force. It doesn't understand that there is a ratio on its speed. It just goes max power. And this is the reality you have to deal with. You know, they will go in World War II. This was the interesting thing for the Royal Air Force. Every time they went to approach the Soviets, they'd find that the Soviets did not understand not operating at max power. They just pushed everything to the maximum the whole way along. And the RAF were going, we're used to cruising. Oh, well, they're going ahead. We're going to have to catch them up. It was fun. Pretty much, Runon. Thank you for helping things. Hi, Maxus. What if the second... Oh, nice security front. That's the response to that. Question 232. What do the third follow-up to question 29. What do the Germans do? Cry. I mean, and I'm not doing that facetiously. I think Tirpitz honestly would cry because, again, what the British will have done at that point is raise the cost so much. He'll have made a jump to go for the triple turret. The British have now raised up the gun side and also gone for a triple turret, and he's going to have to develop that 12-inch gun anyway. He's going to have to try and boost up his capabilities, because he's rolled the dice and it hasn't phased things at all. All it's done is led to the British building even more and even bigger. It could lead to the battle with the German army starting to take up a heat for funding even earlier. And rather than the R-Class being the coup de grace, it could be the Queen Elizabeth or the coup de grace. The R-Class could just be the coup de grace to the Treasury. In the case of the Treasury going, we won, we don't need all of them, we can cut down. Navy going, well, we'd like 6 because we'd like to round up and have a full force with our Queen Elizabeths, so we can have a full battle squadron. And the Treasury proposing 4, and then still ending up with 8 because of the political pressures, and the Treasury just going, no, that's cruel. Peter, I think I've already answered that one, so because I talked about Leylight already. And Blackman Maximus, what if the Second London Naval Treaty didn't include a 14-inch gun limit and the Kingdom of Fifths on modern F3s with 15-inch 50s? That is actually an interesting possibility, because, let's be honest, the British, it would have been 15-inch 45s. And what you would have seen would probably be something not too dissimilar to the King George V. But it could have been designed with 4 triple turrets, rather than a quadruple and a twin. Or alternatively, it's going to be out with 3 triple turrets. And the more interesting thing then you have is probably a cross-pollination of that 15-inch 45 to other ships. Definitely Renown gets it. Definitely upgraded Queen Elizabeth get it. Probably they go through and they try and rapidly do every capital ship they can, because the 15-inch 45 as designed could use the same breach block, etc., as the 15-inch 42. Because it was actually, despite being a longer gun, it was a lighter gun because it used the latest design and development techniques, and would have given them a longer range, but also lighter gun. And the other advantage of it being a lighter gun is they could balance it to go up higher, so they would also get a higher angle of elevation. So they were going to get the range boost from having the longer barrel, the range boost from being able to use higher powered charges, and the range boost from being able to go for a higher elevation. So the British battleships would have just gone, whoopsie, we're really shooting for the moon now. It would have, the biggest impact it would have had would have been in the Mediterranean, because that's where the battleships get into fights more often. But it would have also had an impact on things like Denmark, Battle of Denmark Straits, etc. Because also the 15-inch guns would, and as they doubt, they'd go with a quadruple turret. They'd go with 9 15-inch because it works out that way rather than going for 12. They could try to go for 12 15-inch, but I doubt they would, because the tonnage isn't going to work out with any treaty limit as that. They could have real fun. They could have real fun in that scenario, because you could be dealing with something which is far more worked up. And if you've then got 17 15-inch 45s, they're going to have a slightly longer range, as said, and that's going to have an impact on the Battle of Denmark Straits, especially with Lutyens holding his fire for a bit. Ronan, I have now been sufficiently steeped in naval history policy that has begun to leak into my dreams. I blame you for this. I will take this blame. Happily. Carrot 1151. Whilst I know the various powers have maintained the ability to airdrop sea mines... sort of. They have the theoretical capability. Also, don't ask me about when was the last time any of them actually seriously practiced it, and what kind of stockpile of mines they actually have, and whether or not they actually have the actual capability, or rather they have the capability on paper, because they have the theory of what to do. Has anyone still got a capacity to deploy a fast mine-laying vessel that can lay a significant minefield in a narrow seaway overnight, as both sides did in World War II? Again, there's a theoretical capability. It was talked about with various vessels, like the LCS, etc., having the capability, and Type 31, and most of the mine warfare vessels have a theoretical laying capability. But reality, I would say I doubt it. And I realize there is a vessel which the Russians claim can do it, but if I remember correctly, that vessel hasn't moved from its harbour in like 20 years. So I'm going to be highly skeptical as to the viability of it actually doing it. You can also use trawlers for the role to an extent. Macron has called an election. Oh, lovely. Okay. Nice to everyone. If the splendid caps are larger as a result of the Orions being built at the size of the letter, with Lion, the size of the letter, with Lion at 29.25 knots, Queen Mary at 29.75 and 3/4 knots, and Fisher comes in and builds the 2 renowns, will they be 32 knots or will they be 33.75 knots? Probably he'll go for try and shoot for 34 knots, but yeah, he might not get there. But yes, and remember, navies never aim for 3/4 knots. They aim for full knots. Sometimes they go over, sometimes they go under. But they never aim for quarter knots. So they'll be aiming for 30 knots and they'll failed. They won't aim for quarter knots. They achieve quarter knots sometimes, but they don't aim for them, if that makes sense. Question 15. If North Carolina class were an F3 layout on the same tonnage, what could this do for armor and speed? She could have a more efficient armor layout, which could allow her to have more coverage over key areas, and it could allow her to be slightly faster, but the differences are going to be marginal. And the value for the North Carolina being the traditional layout was it fitted with the rest of the battle fleet and the battle screen, the battle fleet and force, and therefore it was more difficult to really pick them out in the fight. That was always that's sort of another problem I have with Nelson and Rodney to an extent. They kind of stand out. So when Chetra goes, two bulwarks of the battle line that will defend and ensure we win through, they're kind of obvious and big targets. I love them. I like them, but yeah, there are so many problems with them. Celestine Mitchell has just pointed out, the American Navy tried in 1933 and most mines blew up on impact or were dud. They dropped 15 mines, 10 blew up and 5 did not work, and when dropped on steel plate from 50 feet. And 5 did not work even when dropped on a steel plate from 50 feet. Oh, for God's sake. Now, speaking for the night. Night secure everyone. Question 228. If the 343mm, i.e. the 13.5-inch armed battleships, can we please remember I'm British, as described in question 299, does that make the British have to upgrade their infrastructure? A little bit, but not as much as as the Germans would hope. And honestly, that would happen in a period where if the British upgraded their infrastructure in that period, it would be really useful for World War II, because they would be building much bigger by World War II. I mean, things like Hood would be easily dealt with by the upgraded infrastructure. 9631. Why didn't the Exocet-based Excalibur coastal SMS batteries be more widely adopted by the British? Because that would require investment in defence spending. That would also sort of require someone to acknowledge that maybe putting all our eggs in the basket of the Central Front was not perhaps the best idea, as perhaps whilst we were on the country, we were shielded by the Central Front, and should therefore commit to it. We weren't shielded completely by the Central Front. That was what the Northern Axis was about. Fleet of Oceans. I'm coming in with 50 hosts and 50 Peliars. You can acquire 10 warships, none a carrier, create up to 950 to fight me. What do you choose? Well, the temptation is go with 10 Darings, because I'm fairly sure I could wipe that lot out with 10 of those. But no, I'm not going to be so kind. I'm just going to go for 10 Vanguards. And we'll see what will happen. How's that? So, you want to take on 10 Vanguards? You've brought 50 Hosh and 50 Peleus. I've got 10 Vanguards. If you want to do the simulation somewhere, please go run it and see what happens. I'm fairly sure you get wiped out. Hank, if World War II did not happen, but a new building holiday treaty is reached by 1945, you're allowed to finish ships you're building. You are appointed head of German Navy and you have 2 H-44 hulls under construction. Would you finish them as battleships or carriers? If it's in 1945 and there's still been peace, probably by that point I'm going for a carrier. Probably I'm going for a carrier to operate jet aircraft. Speaker for Night Runon. If the ferry Barracuda was in service for over a year before the Royal Navy gets the Avenger, does the Barracuda avoid being replaced by the Avenger? Yes. Possibly the RN doesn't even get the Avenger in that scenario, because the reason they get the Avenger is because of delays to the Barracuda program. Nice to go for one. Question 224. If the ferry Barracuda came into service by the end of 1941, as it was more than likely was going to do without all delays, where would its first combat action be? By end of 1941, it depends how many turn up, but probably it's going to be either against the Germans in the North Atlantic, or against Tirpitz sort of thing, or alternatively, if they're loading them on the carriers and at the end of 1941, then probably they're part of Operation C, in which case, who knows what happens there. Because that would be an interesting thing. If the ferry Barracuda comes into service in Operation C, and they do hit the Japanese at night, then, as I've said before, night torpedo action against the Japanese carriers, there could be a loss of Japanese carriers gone. And that creates an interesting circumstance. Clarke, you have said that if he had been able to carry on his naval career, that Prince Philip may have been able to become First Sea Lord, but how high do you think King George VI would have reached if there had been no abdication crisis? Oh, he's not going as high as at all, because he's not as good at public speaking. He's a good commander. He would probably get a fleet command, but I don't think he'd get First Sea Lord. He wouldn't want to deal with the public speaking. So he might get Mediterranean Fleet, he might get Home Fleet, something like that, but yeah, he wouldn't get First Sea Lord or anything like that. King George V. Oh, KVG? Is that Calvin Gasberg or 96831? Because that's question 225. So I think that's nice. Oh, that's confused me. If the ferry Barracuda was in service for over a year before the Royal Navy gets the Avenger, does the Barracuda avoid being replaced by the Avenger? Answer that one. Stafford Thompson. What is the impact of the Royal Navy mass-producing 12-inch 30-knot plus battlecruisers when AA once the Japanese left the treaty? So basically producing cheapest chips 12-inch gun battlecruisers 30 knot battleship cruisers. It depends. If they're producing them, if they're building them at the expense of carrier and capital ship construction, other capital ship construction, then they are seriously shorting themselves out. If they're using the excess capacity to build them, and they are built, then you are probably looking at, by 1939, the new flagships of the Royal Canadian Navy, the Royal Australian Navy, the Royal Indian Navy, etc., and spread around the world, and the Dunkirk and the Deutschlands are going to be massacred. Plus, they're going to have an impact on other operations, because if, let's say, you still do form Force H, okay, well, Renown is going to be not on her own, she'll probably have a couple of them with her. So it turns things, and let's say the Battle of Denmark Straits, well, if you have a couple of... Night, Dave. If you have a couple of 12-inch ships there, they might well join up with Hood and Prince of Wales, because they're 12-inch gunships, and they are certainly capable of doing damage to Bismarck eventually, if they're firing as part of the battle line. And that's the thing. So it depends how many get built. If you manage to get 6 or so built, then they're going to have a big impact throughout the war in terms of high-speed force maneuvers and force multiplications. Nice to go from one of the Ferry Barracuda hydraulics to the British used a hydraulic fluid that had anesthetic in it. Given it was anesthetic in the hydraulic fluid, that was to blame for the crashes. That's Carl? I think... Why did the British have it? I think it was, to an extent, it was in there for other reasons. It was in there because of how it helped the hydraulic fluid act and react and deal with... Was it cold? There were reasons for it being put in. I can't remember the exact ones off the top of my head. And it wasn't realised in that level of concentration it would have the impact it did have. If Nelson's class is built with 16-inch guns with a full 35,000 tons into an F3 layout, if they can hit 26 knots, can Eisenhower escape before Rodney gets a teeth in on March 16th, 1949? If they are designed for 26 knots, and then if you're wrecking the engines can possibly push 28 knots, then Eisenhower might not escape in March 16th, 1941. Might well not escape. But I would add that if they have done the full 35,000 tons and they have the F3 layout and they've gone to 16-inch guns, 35,000 tons standard, etc., then you could be talking about a 28-knot ship. Because most of your extra weight is going to go into your engines, and the F3s have still a very good armor layout, but not quite the same armor layout of the end design. So yeah, they could well be 28-knot ships on that circumstance. Speak for Knights. KOG. KO1. Speaking of mines, is there anything resembling the Mark 60 Captor encapsulated torpedo in service? I think it's the Captor is still in service. It was in service till 2001. But then there was the SLMM, which was the Mark 67. I think you're looking at Muse. I think that's the current generation that we're looking at, but I'm not 100% sure. Because it's one of those scenarios where the programs keep changing names. I think that they keep changing names on you. Nice to everyone. Question 222. How did the British fix the ferry barracuda's whole habit of catastrophic in-flight breakup? By having a long conversation with it and making sure it understood their feelings for it. No. Sorry, I couldn't resist. Let's see. What they do? Well, they've worked on stiffening the airframe and working out where they've put things in, but also you have to remember the airframe had kept being changed and changed and changed to accommodate the new engines they were putting in them, as the Air Ministry said, no, you can't use that engine, we need it for other things, we need that engine, boom, boom, boom. Or that engine doesn't work anymore, so then they have to completely redesign the airframe again. And basically they had to almost go back to the drawing board and delete all the little changes they'd made and just make the changes from the beginning from the original airframe. And redesign the and sort of make the airframe so as if it's so instead of it being slowly changed and changed and changed and changes building upon changes building upon changes building on changes, it actually getting back to what it was supposed to be. Hank, if you're part of the design team in the interwar that are built to try and build undercover light cruisers that had looked like freighters, what feature would be most useful? Range and a bit of burst speed. Also, I'd want something which could take a decent 6-inch gun, so I'd probably be looking at a light cargo ship that was surprisingly spry and long, where I could insert the guns in the cargo holds and the gun turrets in cargo holds. Something like that. Speaking of night, nice 6831, question 221. Is the Havilland Sea Venom ECM 222 more comparable to US EFM Skynet as electronic warfare attack aircraft? They're certainly in similar brackets, but they have some very different methodologies going on at play, which I don't want to get into on the channel, because I think some of those systems might still be in various forms of use, and therefore I want to edge very carefully. You might have noticed when it comes to electronic warfare and things, I tend to start being circumspect. Alright then. What collection of 100 ships could defeat 10 vanguards? AK, how far back could you go in terms of age to have a ship that in quantity of 100 could still defeat 10 vanguards? Quantity of 100. Trouble is with Duncan class is they're not going fast enough, and the main trouble with the Vanguards is their speed, okay? I would love to say the various torpedo boats, but they've got very fast firing guns, so that are the secondary, so they will deal with any torpedo boats. But there is a very easy thing to go for. 100 Queen Elizabeth class. That can definitely defeat them. Probably could do it with 100 Iron Dukes, but I'm going to go with Queen Elizabeth's. Because I like the idea of 15-inch guns versus 15-inch guns. The oldest 15-inch gun battleship versus the newest 15-inch gun battleship. It would be, let's see, 80 guns versus 800 guns. Vanguards have a slight range advantage, but the sheer number of them could well be the deterring factor. If the Fairy Gannet COD 4 had entered service as purpose-built COD version of Gannet AS4, Would it have lasted as long as it did? Probably. It was basically lasted as long as they wanted it to last. Nice to go. Question 219. So why did the Mark IV Griffin-powered Fairy Barracuda lose to the Fairy Spearfish? If I remember correctly, the Spearfish, which was cancelled, was gonna be a two-seater aircraft which had a remote-controlled dorsal barbette and turret and some 50 cal machine guns. That's basically, I think it's to do with the Centaurus engine and supplies of that is the big reason for it, because it would have been a useful aircraft. Yeah. And also, let's be honest, Brown did not give it exactly a good write-up. So, follow-up to question 16. What kind of impact would such a Nelson class have on the Royal Navy and the rest of the world? Okay, if you have 26 to 28 knot Nelsons, 26 knot doesn't have as much of an impact, but it's still going to have an impact because for the Royal Navy, it's going to make 26 knots an attractive speed. So your Queen Elizabeth class, when you're designing and putting them together and reconditioning them, probably going to have 26 knots as an attractive speed. And the same might be said for your R class, if you do anything to them, if you have the money. If they're 28 knots, well, they're now the world's new terror weapon. They are fast capital ships. They are fast battleships. By definition, they're able to do cruising speed. They're able to keep up the A to K line, cruiser line, of 28 knots. In which case, they will ricochet around the world. That's going to affect the design speed from everything from the Deutschland class. The Deutschland class actually probably don't get that much effect, because let's be honest, they took no notice of Renown, Repulse, and Hood being in the world. But with these in the world, that means the Royal Navy's not so dependent on Renown, Repulse, and Hood for their entire fast capital ship line. They have two more. And that means instead of Nelson and Rodney wandering around being quite heavy supporting acts that often mainly turn up in the Mediterranean, well, the King George V's do 28 knots. So what you might have is at the battle, let's say for this, if we talk about the Battle of Denmark Strait as a good example, if you have Nelson and Rodney available at the time, and they, broadly speaking, are available, I think Rodney was heading across the Atlantic to get upgraded in various things, but they'd have had different maintenance schedules as being faster. You'd probably find that either you would have Nelson or Rodney with Prince of Wales and Hood, and the other one with King George V and HMS Victorious. Or you might have found they'd have had an impact earlier in the war, but they would probably... the biggest example is probably going to be whatever happens to Gneisenau, because Gneisenau's probably going to... If they're a 28-knot ship, and they have a similar circumstance with Gneisenau as they did historically, Gneisenau might not get away before she gets some 16-inch shells raining down on her. In which case, she might get damaged enough that she can't get away. And that could change a lot of things. That's a big ripple impact. Any one of the capital ships gets lost, and then Hitler's going to go, wackadoodle. He already was wackadoodle, but he'd go really wackadoodle. Okay. Bug 82, if the Colorado class had the same speed as the Queen Elizabeth class, would that make any difference in World War II? The Colorados had the same speed. Not really, with what they got up to, but it would have been interesting. If the Colorado class had the same speed as the Queen Elizabeth class, they would be... Let's see. Let's see, if they're 24, 25 knot ships, they're going to be useful, but it's not really going to change things much, because they might get used for more things, but that's still not as fast as the American carriers need to go, and so they're still not fast enough to provide them with support, and they're not fast enough to be a fast fighting line either. But they are more able to keep up with things, so probably expect to see them used more, but they're not really able to do much more, if that makes sense. Nice to hear everyone. Were the Fairy Firefly and Barracuda converted into air since the aircraft needed something to replace Swordfish? No, that was always part of the plan. DRN liked ASW cable. Pretty much every aircraft the Royal Navy had, the Fleet Aerom had, was supposed to be able to carry down anti-submarine warfare bombs. Those 100-pound bombs. And they're always trying to do that. Could you squeeze a third 15-inch gun into Bismarck turrets if the turrets and guns were designed by a nation that didn't use bronze charge cases and didn't place the hoist between the guns? Let me put it this way. Potentially you can, but actually making it and actually operating it is a completely different matter. So it would be an extremely tight fit, which would not allow for human access. So you'd want it to be slightly wider, but we are not talking a impossible distance wide, and you could probably do it with a similar width of barbette and basket. In fact, that probably wouldn't need to change. The overall turret size might need to change. Would need to be a little bit wider, but not by much. What if the Admiral Hipper class cruisers were armed with 4 888-inch guns? That point, the Royal Navy might have been building heavy cruisers. Oh, you might have seen a 9.2-inch gun cruiser enter the race. Because that's enough guns to be problematic. So is the complete redesign to fix all problems? Why did Ferry Barracuda took so long to get in his service? Yes, because I had to try everything else before they got to that point. Black Max says, what if starting with the Orion class, the British built 4 battleships and 2 battlecruisers per year? I think that's going to be a drop down. I have done an Excel spreadsheet on this somewhere. So this is a bit of a taster of what's coming on Thursday's video. So I'm going to keep this sort of quiet in some regards. But if from the Orions and the Orions are laid down in 1909. So from the Orions, the Royal Navy is laying down 4 and 2 every year. Well, they get more battle cruisers overall. But they also get, well, they get an extra battleship that was laid down in 1910. They get 1 less battlecruiser laid down in 1910. They get same amount of battleships in 1910. They get one more battle cruiser laid down in 1911. So that's sort of, so basically the battle cruisers they've still got 6, and the battleships they've got 12 rather than 11. That's nice. Then if we go to the next year, the following year they built 6 battleships, were laid down in 1912, and 1 battle cruiser. So they would get an extra battle cruiser, hey, but they dropped 4 battleships. Next year they laid down 8 battleships and no battle cruisers. So basically what they'd have instead of historically, if we go up to 1914, they would have laid down, historically they laid down 7 battle cruisers. They would lay down 10 battle cruisers. No. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 battle cruisers, I mean. From 1909 to 1914. And then, historically, they laid down 29 battleships, and they would instead lay down 24 battleships. So they'd be 5 battleships less laid down, but they'd be, well, 5 battle cruisers more. So it'd be pretty much the same. It would even out, but they just have more. They'd have a stronger battle cruiser fleet. And what does that end out equating to? It depends on how things are completed, because if we consider the scenario of how things are completely laid out, if all of them are delivered, then they're probably speaking fine. Yes, they have 5 less. They have 5 less battleships, but you know they don't historically get all of those. They don't historically get them all into service. Whereas they get more battle cruisers. And also those battle cruisers are going to progressively come from the further down the line and going to be more heavily armoured than armoured. So they're probably going to get closer and closer to battle cruiser rather than being battle cruisers. So what's going to happen? Well, the Royal Navy's probably going to have more vessels for things like the Falklands. There's probably going to be a battle cruiser at the Battle of Coronel, because they'll probably have the older battle cruisers out doing that sort of mission, definitely, more likely. They're going to have less of a superiority of battleships over dreadnought battleships over the Germans, but again, that doesn't really matter. They still have enough of advantage over the Germans. That really wouldn't matter. If we consider at the Battle of Jutland, the British have 28 battleships to the Germans' 16 dreadnought battleships. So the British go down to 23 battleships there because they've dropped 5. Then they still have more battleships there than the Germans have dreadnoughts and Sovereign Star battleships, because that's 22 to 23. But they no longer have more dreadnought battleships than the Germans have capital ships at the Battle of Jutland. Conversely, though, for the Germans, the British could have gone up to as many as 14 battle cruisers at the Battle of Jutland. Versus their 5. Which could mean first scouting group gets absolutely mullered, but here's the big problem. The big problem is going to be more Dogger Bank and those earlier battles, because if you have the battle cruiser fleet turn up with such force in those periods, in those battles, then that could lead to a cumulative gain, in which case first scanning group could be out of the action a long time before you get to 1916. Okay, to know, was the early US homing torpedo good enough to make much of a difference if the US had it at the beginning of World War Two? It certainly had a good enough detonator that it would have been useful to have, and compared to the Mark 14 and Mark 14 and Mark 13 torpedoes and their aerial equivalents. It would have been useful to have for many reasons. Is it advantageous enough that it's going to change the course of the war? Probably not massively, but there again, nothing really that either side does is going to change the outcome of that war too much, unless they're really, really criminally stupid. Nice to go in question 217. Would it be reasonable to think that the British Fairey Spearfish would have served alongside the Avenger if the British Fairey Spearfish had come into service in time? Knight. I do enjoy all the questions, but sometimes you ask me questions like this, and it's gonna sound terrible, but my response, if we were sitting having a chat in a pub with a group as a part of a group of friends, would be something along the lines of, "You think?" Because it's a question of, if this aircraft comes into service during World War II, would it have served alongside the Avenger? Probably. Did the Barracuda serve alongside the Avenger? Yes. Did the Albacore serve alongside the Avenger? Yes. You can go through the list of these things. They served alongside it because they were just seeking numbers of aircraft. They were trying to put as many into service as possible to do all the missions, and it was easier to supply the American-built aircraft in the Pacific than it was the British ones, because of the fact that the supply lines for the American-built aircraft are across the Pacific. The supply lines for the British-built aircraft are across the Indian Ocean, down around Africa, up the Atlantic, through over the Bay of Biscay to the UK, or alternatively across the Atlantic, down the coast of America, through the Panama Canal, and across the Pacific. Which is easier to supply? Just go straight across the Pacific. It's far easier logistically. So yeah, that answer is, of course. Black Monk says, what if Lion had blown up at Dogger Bank with BT killed? If BT's killed at the Battle of Dogger Bank, then I think you potentially don't get the battlecruiser fleet rejoined into the Grand Fleet far more closely by whoever comes next. I think also you get a scenario that if BT's died, he's going to be the fallen hero, he's going to be lionized. But I also think the British are going to heavily push down the fast battleship route, and that's going to affect the design of things like Hood and the Admiral class. They won't probably be battle cruisers when they're designed. They will be probably fast battleships. Take care, KVG. I take it you think this is a bite mark. 9681. It's not a bite mark. If you notice, it runs in a line and there's slightly more down there. Now, I will not say how I got this. It's not self-inflicted. But it's also not by canine. However, we are now instituting a policy whereby the only person who gets to go anywhere near sharp tools involved in carpentry in this family is me. At no point am I in future holding something while someone else does the work because they don't feel like they can hold it. No. And that also might explain why I spent some money on buying some even more clamps from Amazon to be delivered first thing tomorrow. Not Mum. No. Oh, good lord. So yes, not a bite mark. Oh. Yeah. Nice Aaron, as the Black Mirror Rock was underpowered, why did no one decide to make it into a torpedo bomber? Because it was developed from a dive bomber. Oh. I'm still not sure how she did it. I still don't know. Because I was literally bracing it by holding that there, and I had that hand up there to hold it in position. And she had to make one cut, and it was supposed to go that way. And for some reason, she started off going that way across my arm. Hank, could amphibious flying human-sized arm robots make boarding actions 2024 viable? Yeah, but that's basically the case of how many losses are acceptable. If they cost an absolute fortune, then no. But if they're cheap and cheerful, let's say the equivalent of the battle droids from Star Wars, yeah. Don't joke, Teamy Locker. It's like kicking a puppy. Black Moses, what if Fisher was on Titanic when she sunk and he ended up dying and sinking? That's an interesting one. So it's April 1912. I'm sitting there going, when it sinks in April 1912, what does Vector have? Brandenburg probably stays as first Sea Lord. I don't see him being attacked by both sides like he was historically. But, yeah, not much probably changes. Sutra 90, yes, I have seen a message, I just haven't had a chance to respond because I've been dealing with so much other weird stuff. I will get back to you, because there are some pictures I would like. Ooh! A patron's going to receive my merchandise this week. Someone's getting the exclusive sticker. Cool. Just had the notification literally come in this minute. Okay, so let's get back to the questions. Yeah, fish on Titanic, not much. The thing that historically changes, fish is not there, so it probably goes as much as the Louis Brandenburg gets to run the First World War from Navy perspective. There's also some distinct scenario that Churchill doesn't get quite under the thumb of Fisher, so it doesn't get quite so attracted. So because Fisher's gone, so things could be interesting on that front as well. It's going to be who does manage to interact with him. Speaking of the Knights, question 215. Is it accurate to say Blackburn Rock was a victim of the advancements of aviation tech that occurred in the 1930s? No, the Blackburn Rock was a victim of the obsession of the Air Ministry with the idea of a turreted fighter. Federations. If each of the ship-shape group was fighting a free-for-all battle royal in the South Pacific, aka flat, calm, good weather, in 1942, what ships do you think they bring? Since I seem to be dragging the ship-shape by you, I'm bringing IJ Yamato. In 1942. Were only allowed to bring one ship each? It's a free-for-all? Well, the dock, as in... I wouldn't be surprised if both the Dans, both Dr. Dan and Boom Boom Dan, are going to go for battleships. Because they like big guns. It's 1942, Warspite's still alive. He will want to do something else, but Drakenfell will go for Warspite. Because he'll immensely be going, this is better, that's better, all these things, but he will end up going for Warspite. Garius is, well, as you all know, he really likes to play things which are long-term strategy games. So I think he'd go for probably something like a Tone or a Japanese cruiser with a lot of torpedoes on it. Would probably be his instinct. So he could do some long-range night torpedo attacks. What would I do? See, what I'd like is an implacable class. That's what I'd like to come play with, but that's not available at that point because of the stupid pause. 1942. Indomitable. Should do. I can do some things with Indomitable. Steve Clarke, question 2. New 28-knot battleship with the Nelson, a battle fleet with about Nelson's. So the hypothesized question from earlier: how much the RN gets modified after 1930 to match the speed from the old ships available, and how quickly? If the new 28-knot battle fleet with Nelson's. So basically, if the RN is already, I think if the question earlier, I pointed out that if they're built to 28 knots, they're all 28 knots. The RN, if you're building... Everything is built according to the battle line, right? So, your battle line speed's 21 knots. Your cruising speed is 28 knots. Alright? Because your cruising speed is 25%, whereas usually 33% faster than your battle line speed, or rather your battle line speed is roughly 25% of your cruising speed. It's 75% of your cruising speed. So, if you've moved from 28 knots, you've moved to the battle line to 28 knots, then your cruisers are all going to have to be looking at somewhere in the region, and I say this politely and with love, but they're going to have to be looking at somewhere in the region of 37 knots. So your destroyers. Everything has to be adjusted around it. Everything's got to be bigger to be adjusted around it. But ultimately also your carriers are going to have to be faster. If we consider the speeds of the earlier carriers in relation, especially things like the Courageous, Glorious, Courageous, Ark Royal, etc., they're all going to have to be faster. Everything's going to have to be faster. And that's going to have a big impact on other navies, because other navies are going to have to choose whether they go for that speed as well, or whether they don't. And if they don't, they're surrendering a strategic advantage, and a tactical advantage, but they might go for other tactical scenarios to offset that tactical advantage. If the Queen Elizabeth had been fast battleships, could HMS Queen Elizabeth have been ready to deploy to Dogger Bank? And if so, what is the impact? I think HMS Queen Elizabeth was at Gallipoli at that time. Let's see, she's commissioned in December. Well, yeah, because Queen Elizabeth was commissioned in December 1914. Warspite's March 1915. So, Battle of Dogger Bank. The Battle of Dogger Bank takes place in January 1915, so I'm fairly sure Queen Elizabeth could have taken part in that. Yeah, she's commissioned December 1914. She's not going to be completely worked up, but she could have taken part of it if she'd been fast enough. But there is no way that Beatty's getting her, because Beatty actually realised very quickly he'd shot himself in the foot with the Queen Elizabeth class. Because whilst he was co-located with the Grand Fleet, he was the fast squadron of the Grand Fleet, and he showed how useful it was. And they knew how useful it was from their exercises. The moment he was no longer co-located with them, it meant that when he tried to push to have the battleships, it was basically, well, haven't you already written papers about how important it is for the Grand Fleet to have a fast wing? Yes. Well, now you're gone away, these have to be our fast wing, don't they? And that's one of the reasons why you end up with the battle cruisers, the justification for the battle cruisers being rotated back, etc., and for the Queen Elizabeth to come down. He could only get that while they were being rotated around. He couldn't get that permanently because the Queen Elizabeths were only there whilst the battle cruisers were back there getting their training and providing the fast wing for the Grand Fleet, because the Grand Fleet did need its own fast wing. Because the trouble with having your what's the problem with having your reconnaissance screen be based somewhere else and operating on a completely different command structure? They don't give you the information you need, and you can lumber into traps. Aaron, prompted by a comment from Dawson, but what happened to the material returned to the US under Lend-Lease? A lot of the material was not returned to the US. A lot of Lend-Lease was a lot of the material was dumped at sea because of the way the rules have been written. If it was lost during the war, if it was lost or used during the war, they had to pay for it. They didn't have to pay for it. If it was still around after the war and used after the war, then they'd have to pay for it. And literally, also quite a fair chunk was returned to the Americans as well, especially in terms of ships and things like that. But the Americans mainly either put it in storage or binned it. Black Maxus, if, say, Canada ordered 4 battlecruisers based on HMS Tiger, Black Maxus, you are really, really focused on HMS Tiger. She's cute, I know, but you're starting to remind me of a certain other naval historian and HMS Warspite. If, say, Canada had ordered 4 battlecruisers based on HMS Tiger in the same year for their navy, and they were present at Dogger Bank, if the Canadians disregarded Beatty's orders and charged after the German battlecruisers with their Tiger in tow, what would happen? the German battlecruiser fleet would the first scouting group would get roundly annihilated probably. Tiger is the British battle cruiser. One word rather than battlecruiser, two words, and there is you have to remember Tiger is heavier and more densely constructed than Renown and Repulse. This is the interesting thing when people start to turn around and go, well, you know, Renown and Repulse and Hood, they're all battle cruisers. No, not they're battle cruisers. They're two words. Battle cruiser, two words. And Hood tries to move towards becoming a battle cruiser, but she still doesn't achieve the density of what is the British-built battle cruiser, which is HMS Tiger. Tiger is a very solid battle cruiser, and there is a reason I think she's built and then they get shifted to Queen Elizabeth, because basically it's a case of, actually, does this make sense for the Royal Navy, or does a fast battleship make more sense for the Royal Navy? And honestly, for the Royal Navy, a fast battleship makes more sense than a battle cruiser. One word. Runon, yeah, how many times do you need to clone Moffat and Henderson before they're able to take over their respective governments? At least a couple of dozen times. But go to 29. Do you think it was a good idea to put a centerline secondary gun turret behind the main gun turrets, like the one on the newer US gun cruisers, instead of having all the secondary guns amidship, like on the US battleships? I think it can be useful, because it can provide you with greater area coverage, especially forward. But it's half a dozen one, six of the other. It evens out. So it's a design decision based on what you think the operation's going to be like. Okay, so Knight, I presume this got misspelt in translation because the Skewer has the Bristol Perseus, not the Pegasus. So you're saying if it has a Bristol Hercules, does that improve things? What exact power supply are they on? Power ratio are they on at that point? And okay, so the Perseus weighs in at a little over 1,000 pounds dry. And so has a power to weight ratio of 0.88. The Hercules has a dry weight of little over under 2,000 pounds. 1,929 pounds to be precise, and has a power to weight ratio of 0.7 horsepower in its Hercules 2 variant. Its Hercules 3 variant is the 1939 one, and that's got a 2-speed supercharger, and that's 1,400 horsepower. Look, yeah, the problem is, Knight, is that if it's the Perseus replaced by the Hercules, and you've given it a Hercules 1, and the Hercules 1 is another 1936 engine, so it would have had the running time, but that's 1,150 horsepower. And that's still that far more heavy engine. I I think you are the amount of weight you would have to build in with the extra engine and the strength of the airframe to support the engine weight, and then deal with it. I think you end up with not having as much of an advantage in performance afterwards than you might think from a simple going, well, it's an extra couple of hundred horsepower. Because the Perseus, as fitted and skewer, has 890 horsepower. So 1,150 horsepower, that's like 260 extra horsepower. For an engine which weighs twice as much, and you're going to have to work a lot for airframe work for it, I don't think that works out as a beneficial one. See, Clarke, question 3. Before summer 1918, why do I have someone waving at my door? Give me a second. Why is someone waving at my door? Ugh. Hello, what's up? You. Family. Oh, what a joy. Hey, outside. Alright. So, before summer 1980, the decision was taken to replace the free King George V and Thunder of post-war with 6 new improved, rerun versions of the R-Class. Cable 26 plus not, of which 4 are completed incomplete, fitting out by 1922. How does it affect the thinking of the other powers? It's not really going to change anything, and honestly, why are you... Look, it's not going to change much, or anything at all, because the RNs are just going to sacrifice more of the 13.5-inch gun ships at the Washington Naval Treaty. They might be able to change the tonnage, but honestly, you're talking about building ships which are built to an old design by that point, a dated design, because they've got a lot of information. You have to remember the huge amount of data received after the Battle of Jutland. Seriously, the Royal Navy's... The data resource from the Battle of Jutland, after you've seen the damage done to ships, there is a reason why Nelson and Rodney proved so tough in World War II, and why King George V proved so tough in World War II. The damage by battleship guns, etc. It's that the Royal Navy has a huge amount of data points, and unlike the... how to put this? The Kaiserlich Marine, which then goes through all sorts of changes, becoming the Reichsmarine, then the Kriegsmarine, and all sorts of different limitations, etc. The Royal Navy does keep building battleships. They get to inoculate, test out their ideas. They get to build the admirals. They get to build start the G3s, plan the M3s, then build the N3s. They get to do all sorts of things that allow them to test out and keep their ideas going, and test out naval architecture and their thought process, and they're doing all constant design studies throughout that period because they can afford to. And they have a lot of data from it. So, honestly, you build more R-Class, that's not really going to have an impact on things. Did I get Hank's question re 30's ocean liners? There you go. What's it there? Okay. Hank, could it be done if in 1930s a nation builds 2 or 3 ocean liners at 55 to 70,000 tons at full load with 5 props and 36 knots? They could have 2 large round ding dancing eating hall for 1 fore and aft. Could accept 2 turrets. let's say Rickaloo types, and they can be built to have some belt and deck armor for the ground. How well could this be done? Could it perform well? No. Well, the answer is they will perform fine as a surface raider, but they're going to be massive targets. And if you want to build them into... What are you turning into? Try and turn them into battleships? That's not going to work out well for anyone. Because you're building a hull which is not designed for stability of firing guns. And especially not that size. You see, you've asked me questions about armed merchant cruisers, and you can do that because you're talking about 6-inch guns, maybe something slightly bigger than that, but not much more than 6-inch guns. And you could do a 6-inch gun fast cruiser, but why would you be building something that's 70,000 tons full load if it's going to have 6-inch guns? You're not. You're building a battleship. At which point, you have now got a very high, if you consider how a cruise line is designed, it's quite a high hull. They often... far higher hulls than the battleships, etc. around them when you look at them. That's not going to work well. That's going to produce a very high level of momentum in that hull when they fire their guns. So I can see why you're trying to go there, but that won't work. There are very good reasons why no one really does that. You know, even the Germans and the Japanese, both of whom... The Japanese basically pay... The good example is the Hiryu class. Yeah, I think it's... Not that one, no. The Heiyu class, not the Hiryu, the Heiyu class. Are literally, they pay for two very nice liners to be built that can be converted to aircraft carriers. That you can do. If you want to build a big liner, you want to convert it to an aircraft carrier, because that's going to have similar operating characteristics and it's going to be fine. It's not going to be great, but it's going to be fine. You can't do the battleship thing. You can do an armed merchant cruiser, but that's very different from a cruiser. There might be a couple of cases where an armed merchant cruiser has won a fight with a cruiser, but that's usually because something's gone wrong on the cruiser side. Heavily. And building a battleship, if you consider the size and shape of the hull, no. But I didn't. Did naval design change at all because of the sinking of the Titanic? Massively. For starters, you start having bulkheads produced which run along the length of the ship, run along the length of the ship, not just internally, not just from the keel to the main deck, but also the decks themselves become bulkheads, and so they try and stop the water, because up to that point, what they've done is they've been stopping the water flowing between different compartments. They've gone, well, we'll have it here, so that'll be fine. Well, in the water overtops, it goes round. And also, if you can have a nice bulkhead deck here, then the water hopefully can't go up. And that provides you with far more protection. And that's the key thing about ships. They're built with a lot of subdivision to help them with this. Question 212 from Knight. If the 103 Blackburn Rock order for the Royal Navy was political, what about the order of 33 Blackburn Rocks by the Finnish? Because the Finnish were desperate for anything they could get. That's a good one. So the Ferry Barracuda began production in April 1941, and the Ferry Firefly began production at the end of 1941 as they were planned to. Is that one of those war starts in 1942? Yeah. Nice different question 209. I was digging around the World War II aircraft net forum on Monday morning, and I came across the monoplane Fairey F930 proposed for the Fairey Albacore. Fairey Albacore was the F930 proposal. Does that mean when it arrives in 1940, given the RN Input TBR it wanted? It could do. It's going to depend how it gets developed. It's going to depend how it gets developed, and whether or not they manage to solve its stall speed problems. Question 210, follow up to 209. If the Ferry F930 became the Ferry Albacore, even if it had the same engine and gun on, how much trouble could it cause for Regia Marina? About the same as the Ferry Albacore? Just because it's a monoplane, it's not really going to suddenly cause a lot more. It's going to be a bit faster, but not much. It's got the same firepower, it's got the same torpedoes, same armor, same bombs. That's not going to change the world that much on that one. Ronan, alright, I'll let my mischievous out. Diffuse question from earlier about your mod team. Honestly, there's enough mods on here, I'll let you guys pick your own shit. You'll pick your own ships. Was the Finnish order of 33 Blackburn Rocks the best option available? Basically, the Finnish were in a scenario where they had on one side of the Soviet Union, which kept trying to invade them. They wanted whatever they could get. There was a big thing made recently. Well, not that long ago. Actually, a bit long ago, but not as long ago as we sort of in historical terms. Of Zelensky saying, "I don't want to lift. I need guns. You know, I need ammunition, bullets." The leader of Finland said something very similar in the 1930s, during the Winter War. They needed everything they could get because they were in a war for survival. And yes, we talk about the White Death and all sorts of things that the Finns get up to, and they really are good. They really do make it friggin' hard, and Finland is not a nice terrain to try and invade. But they are going to take whatever they can get hold of, and if there's an active production line and they're able to buy some aircraft, they'll take those aircraft because they will make use of whatever they can get. I'm trying to remember. I don't want to pronounce the name wrong. I think it might have been Kyosto Kallio. I think he might have been Kyosto Kallio, who was the 22nd Prime Minister and was President of Finland, 1937 to 1940. I think it was him, and I have it in my notes down somewhere. But of course, yeah, it's a whole interesting thing. Team Locker, Kyosto Kallio, correct. Thank you. But no, if you look him up, he's a absolute. That moustache is just, yeah. Gerwin, how long would World War One have to be pushed on off for the Normandies to be commissioned into the fleet, and if so, would having these extra ships affect Entente operations? You're probably pushing it off to about 1918. And honestly, by 1918, there is a very good chance that the Germans are completely knocked out of the naval race as far as the British are concerned. So it might end up with the British, the Anglo, because of the Russian strain on the Entente, and the fact the Russians, whilst simultaneously in Europe pushing for in Europe, trying to keep everyone on side because they needed them, but at the same time doing naughty things in the direction of India, it could have caused the Entente could have broken down by 1918. And if the Entente has broken down, then frankly the French ships end up being very useful for their defense against the Central Powers. But I think that it could be more. There could be more interesting things to go on. So, Fu, Dr. Clarke, you have been inducted into the Red Fleet Tower and have cleared up relatively well with history, as you well know. In your own house move, the last live in the wooden walled fortress and the Scandi trip, I'm giving you a gift. You may insert one thing in time, like be it a new ship, an event, whatever you like. What is it? What would I want to insert into the Red Fleet timeline? Well, the one thing I have noticed that you haven't discussed in there, and I'm fairly sure at least someone would have tried, is the idea of an ICBM toting battleship. I don't think they would last long. I don't think anyone would keep it up for too long. But I'm surprised it hasn't been mentioned so far. And I think if you have battleships around for long enough, that's probably going to be something someone will go with. I also want to see what Sea Dollars does with the idea of producing an ICBM toting battleship. I'm fairly certain if it's a case of, what do I get? You get to put anything. And, the Italians, of course, did do some work about looking at putting Polaris onto some of their ships, so there is work out there on what it would look like. So Thompson, HMS Tiger versus HMS Warspite in the Second War of the Roses scenario. Warspite wins the fight if they actually close to engagement range, but Tiger can outrun and outmaneuver. So Tiger just has to keep going. Lamarisis, follow up to question 22. What would have happened in the aftermath of the scenario, especially if the ships of the Canadian Tigers are Canadian-led and also with Beatty? Beatty would claim credit for it, because he claimed they actually understood the meaning of a signal, whereas the other ships didn't. So Beatty would claim credit for it, and there would be a huge argument over that, but, probably enough glory for everyone to go around, so probably okay. But it would also mean that the German high seas fleet would be effectively blinded. And if they've lost their first scouting group, then their only options are either to rapidly build some battle cruisers to provide for their scouting group, or they're really not able to do much. Honestly, they'll probably end up focusing on airship reconnaissance and try to coordinate that with that fleet. And that's going to be a nightmare. I'm surprised the Fleet of Oceans hasn't responded. Yeah, I was wondering. Anyway, speaking of a night, question 207. Why do you disagree that the Blackburn Rock was not a stop-go aircraft and the RN got better fighter aircraft? Because the RN was actually ordering a better fighter aircraft at the same time as they were as it was being built, and the Royal Navy were literally looking at it and going, It was a political calculation. In the same way as the King George V's have 14-inch guns, so that everything else doesn't get the stench of what else is going on. That's the scenario going on, and that's my temptation. Is basically the Royal Navy going, well, let the Air Ministry think they've got this one. But you have to remember, the other thing about the Navy is they have more data on fighter control, fighter intercepts, and air-to-air combat than the Royal Air Force do with modern aircraft at this point, because the Royal Air Force have been very careful about how they've structured their exercises, because after all, the bomber always gets through, so there's no point practicing intercepts. That's what one of them tried at one point. I don't think he succeeded for long, but they tried it. But, you know, there are various options considered. I think what they would have probably... So they had an idea of what it was like and viable for. And also, the Royal Navy is getting a dive bomber built. They've managed to get a site built. Do you think they really believe their threat is going to be higher level bombers going along bombing away at the fleet? No, they don't. So what use is a rock to them? If that's not going to be their threat they're going to have to deal with, what use is a rock to them? It's slower. It's not as good as their Daimler, which is also considered a fighter. I think to an extent they did have ideas about using it as the night combat air patrol aircraft, because that does present some interesting capabilities, but I think that's about the limit of their, we've got this, so we better have a good idea for using it. So, Thompson, is it worth the expense for NATO to convert the Oasis-class ocean cruise liners into hospital ships, or simply take them as mobile R&R bases in the event of World War III? It depends on how long the war's going to last. Honestly, depends how long the war's going to last. Because both of those options are going to take time. The thing is, if you have them in service before the war begins, then they're there. If you're not going to buy them and have them in service before the war begins, then there's no point. And then either one's pretty much useful, but let's be honest, the hospital ships are always more viable. But are they suitable for that conversion? And by suitable for conversion, I'm not talking about how big, how spacious they are. I'm talking about how wide are their corridors? What's their power supply like? How easily can you thread oxygen lines through them? How easily can you thread all the things you need to support a hospital system through them? How expensive is it going to cost? What are their lifts like for their systems? You can probably do it all, but it's going to take time to work it out, and it's still going to take money, and whilst I'd love NATO to actually get on the same page and do something like that, I don't think that's going to happen. Bug 1999. If radar was developed right before World War One instead of World War Two, how much do things change? Well, again, if you consider the developments of radio and radar and exactly where Marconi is working from, the big thing you're going to get is the night battle at Jutland. And probably a few other scenarios. The gunnery is going to go up. And again, you're probably looking at the British gunnery going to be more affected than the German gunnery. Because the British have more infrastructure to turn it around. So it's going to affect air radar. Radar is going to affect air warfare and the air capabilities, and probably introduce some combat air patrol or some ability of fighter control earlier in World War One. But the main thing you're going to have is ship's gunnery. And the accuracy is going to go up massively. And if you've got the fighting tables designed to take information from radar, and they will be rapidly converted to take information from radar, because again, that's the period we're talking about where the Navy has the money and the infrastructure to be able to do that, you're looking at very dangerous ships. Let's be conservative. Let's say it boosts the number of hits by 25% in the Battle of Jutland on the British side. That's an awful lot more damage done to the Germans. And Ocean Liner Battle Auxiliary Cruiser. If you remove two sections of the hull above where the turrets would be placed, so you would step the hull forward lower like World War II battlecruiser stern, could this bring the guns low enough? Not really. Not really. Because again, have a look at it. Put the profile of a ocean liner over a battle cruiser's hull, and actually just expand and look at the differences in the hull shape. And the reason for the hull shape difference is mostly due to weight and metacentric height and stability. Because both ships are designed for high speed and long range cruising. But one's designed to take passengers in comfort, luxury, and style. One's designed to take guns in comfort, luxury, and style. Not humans. The humans are squidgy organic bits which can sort out themselves. The guns are what you care about. Nice to know, everyone. If that's the entry and service date is that for the Ferry Barracuda, then the Spearfish does sound right, roughly. What could the Firefly do against the Italians before the past? For their surrender in late 1943. I don't think we need to be insulting. Cause some interesting trouble. The Fireflies could range far and wide and cause a lot of damage, especially once they got rocket arm weapons. They can cause. They do a lot. They do a nice line in extending the carrier's anti-train capability. Nice different. If the Fairy Firefly's first flight was the 22nd of December 1940, as production was supposed to start at the end of 1941, does introduction in October 1942 sound realistic? If its first flight was in December 1940, and it started production at the end of 1941, probably autumn 1941 actually, if you're starting in December 1940, I would hope you'd be introduced well before October 1942. I would hope from production starting to introduction would be not more than 3-4 months. I'd be hoping. Okay, so the Ferry Barracuda's first flight is 1939, December 1939, and 1941. Is likely what does it do Taranto instead of Swordfish if it's worked up by July 1941? Small problem with that. Battle of Taranto was, if I'm not mistaken, November 1940. So, if you're asking if its first flight is the 7th of December 1939 and its entry in service date is 10th of 1st 1940, it's not going to do. It's not, and if it's an entering in 1941, it's not doing Taranto. That's 1940. So no, but it might well do Matapan. Because, if I'm not mistaken, that is March 1941. And you could have had a unit, if you're going to have a unit anywhere that are worked up quickly, they're going to be aboard Formidable. That's where they'd be sent. Question 202.5. If the ferry Albacore ended service in March 1939, is it going to be available in numbers for Hunt for Bismarck? It was. And does it do better or worse than the Swordfish? It was part of the Hunt for the Bismarck. I'm fairly sure HMS Bismarck... I'm fairly certain HMS Victorious did have Albacores aboard. Yeah, I think she did. She did. Didn't she? Didn't she have? Did she have them or didn't she? Let's No, she didn't manage to get that. She didn't wait around. Her first official air group did have albacores in it, but the air group she took with her on the back. When she had 827, 828 squadrons, which were her full air group with 809 squadron, she got Fulmar and Ferry albacores, right? But for operations against to cover the home fleet in the Bismarck episode, they hadn't managed to get all her aircraft ready, which is why she has 9 Swordfish of 825 and a flight of Ferry Fulmars, about 6 fighters aboard. So she has literally 15 aircraft aboard. And the reason she's only carrying 15 is because she was still packing 48 crated Hurricanes, which were supposed to be delivered to Malta. She sailed for those on the 15th of May. Ah, good lord. That's full British, isn't it? Oh, I should remember that story. I've been doing so much multiple convoys that that one had dropped from my memory recently. No, the question is, so why in reality and not in the Federation's old history would the Royal Navy not adopt the Italian 76? I think they do adopt the 3-inch and basically, I think in the Fleet of Oceans, in the Alter History scenario, I think they are still they're still developing their own 3-inch guns. So, maybe the odds are what it is. It's a joint Anglo-Italian project, and the Italian version is the Otto Malera, and the British project is produced by, I don't know, Vickers, or probably BAE by this point. By guy Taylor, was the F4U the first fighter attack aircraft? Nope. It just wasn't. It gets a lot of interesting write-ups, but it wasn't. Lama Maximus, in the upcoming UK elections, you're elected emergency dictator for 10 years, after which you step down, no chance of re-election. Who is your cabinet and what do you do? Okay, I'm putting Garius in charge of the transport network for starters. I'm probably putting... What would I put Drac in charge of? Dr. Dan's easy. He's going in charge of the health service. And Boom Boom Dan, aka the chemistry teacher, is going in charge of education. to sort out those ones. I'm actually going to put people who are actually experts in there in doing those things, in practically doing them, in charge of them for once. What would I do with... You see, I'm not going for Drac as a transport engineer, because whilst I love him dearly, and he's a really great friend, the difference between him and Garius is Garius will delegate all the engineering and get people to do it. He will try and do all the engineering and end up killing himself, and I have a feeling that my dictatorship would not last 10 years. I would get killed by Mrs. Drac. So, I can't do that. I could make him Minister of Defense or Foreign Secretary, depending on who I want to pick and really annoy. I think I'll make him Minister of Defense and let him go build things and sort out the armed forces a bit for me. Chancellor of the Exchequer. Who would I want as Chancellor? You see, the best economist I know, the two best economists I know, one is in his 90s. And so I don't think I can use him. And that's a guy called Alan Sykes. He's great. But no, oh well. And the other gentleman I know who is very good economist is Japanese. So I don't think I can use him. But basically I'd go round the various posts and I'd look for people who were thorough practitioners in the role. And I'd put them in charge. I'd use my history skills. I'd do research and find people. Very good. Speaking of the Finnish Navy, if we got the... And I think... What would I use the foo for? Ooh. I think I'd make the Fleet of Oceans. I think I would have them as a very important post. I'd make them press secretary, so they would have to... And also, they're not only being press secretary, they'd also be Minister for Media and Culture and Sport. So they would have to go and sort out the BBC. And by sort out the BBC, I mean principally work out what the funding model is going to be for the next 100 years and actually try and work it out to make it work. Because with the diversification of media and sources, it does need to be justified. And one of the things that used to justify it for me was the World Service. Because that all those radios and international broadcasts going around the world was actually a very good thing for nations to support. Yes, it should probably be supported by central government, but by not being supported by central government, it was given an air of independence. Admittedly, though, that did also involve them telling the Argentinians during the Falklands War that their bombs weren't working, but we'll leave that to one side. Well, the thing is, if I leave Fleet with... even though the Fleet of Oceans does think it would make me... it's mad for him to be in charge of the press, let's be honest, it's also fun. It's fun. Because the Foo, like myself, will talk straight forward to the press and tell them exactly what they're doing. And it's going to shock the entire media of the world. Steve Rufford, I wonder what the maximum production capacity for the British to build capital ships was in the period just before World War I. I've worked it out to a conservative level for Thursday's video. But that's to a conservative level. It could have been slightly more. Considering how many yards which could have built capital ships went bankrupt. And we think of Thames Ironworks, but it's not just Thames Ironworks. Steam Locker, speaking of the Finnish Navy, if we got the surplus from the Royal Navy and got 2 Queen Elizabeth class battleships, how badly would Leningrad be bombarded on the start of Winter War? It would be flattened. It would be flat. Blackburn Maximus, what do you think about the 4 Canadian Tigers being called Puma, Cougar, Bobcat, and Lynx? Honestly, I'm fairly sure they'd be called Haida, Huron... let's see... probably Iroquois. And would they go to Athabascan? Would they go for Athabascan, or would they go for Micmac? I think they go for Micmac. Actually, at that period, that was Micmac. Probably so. It's probably going to be Iroquois, Huron, Haida, and Micmac. Would probably be called. Leslie Mitchell, can I be Minister of the Geordie Nation? No, Leslie, I have plans for you. I have plans for all my admins. Even Runon gets dragged over. Oh. Fluid Emotions, I will be running a propaganda for an absolute monarchy. As long as that doesn't involve me having to be crowned king or anything like that, I don't mind. You can run propaganda for whatever you want. I don't think you're going to get it. Let's go from question 201. Is it fair to say centerline lifts make sense pre-jet age? They make sense in when the essential thing for launching aircraft and recovering aircraft is the weight of the aircraft vis-a-vis the ship moving up and down. Once aircraft get heavier and they get more planted in their strength on decks, then as a rule they are doing slightly better. Who's the best? Steph Johnson. Who's the best hospital husbandry abilities if true global cholera breaks out? It's gonna be the Americans. They have these huge ships. Blackman Maximus. If the 4 Canadian Tiger scenario goes through, but the war largely goes the same length and there is a Washington Treaty, if the Canadians refuse to give up the Tigers, could this force the UK to go with the 10-10-7? Make a dead Tiger to Australia? No. If the Canadians refuse to give up their Tigers, then in nicest way the Americans could find themselves in trouble. Because the Australians might not. Australians might also refuse to give up their ships. In which case, what the Americans might try and do is say, well, no, then they're separate powers. But if they're separate powers, then they might go, well, they don't then have to lose their dominion status. They're no longer part of the empire, and they're independent nations, or something like that. Try and break up the British Empire by diplomacy, which would be an absolute no-no, and who would be told that. So it would be an absolute nightmare for the Americans. What might end up happening is the Americans might end up having to agree that they get their own sections. And it might be they get a multiple of 4. They get 4. 4 each for Australia and Canada. France and Italy get 8 each allocated. Japan's going to want more than that by a long chunk. So they're going to want at least 12. And then the British and Americans might have to have 20 each. But then the Americans will go, they're going to be outnumbered by 28 to 20. Which is not going to make the Americans happy, but they're going to have to. They either have to accept it or they're going to have to cry about it, because they're going to be their options, or the treaty won't happen. Because if Canada or Australia won't lose their ships, the British aren't going to force them to. Because the British, it will be useful. The British would like as many as possible. Hank, I don't know of any sort of pictures of the subs with the external fuel tanks fitted. I don't really know that one on that one. Ocean Line Auxiliary. Could some kind of mount be improvised for old 9.2-inch guns on 8-inch cruiser guns or such a ship? You could probably do the 9.2-inch guns. You could probably do a nice turret for them, yeah. Speaker for the night, Neuron. You can put the Douglas Skyraider in service with any one steam and steel force prior to its official introduction. Which force do you integrate it into to have the most fun? With any steam and steel force prior to its introduction, its official introduction. Technically, I'd go for the Union Navy in the American Civil War, because that'd be really quite fun. And technically, they do fit. But go to know, how much do things change if the radar warning at Pearl Harbor was taken seriously and fighters were airborne? Then the attack is going to be a lot more painful for the Japanese. Because if there are enough fighters airborne and the Americans had an awful lot of fighters on Hawaii, that first wave is getting chewed up. It would be fun, Renan. Yeah. Okay, but guy didn't. Would a 6 battle squadron made any difference if it was a Jutland? Let's see. I don't think so. But let's consider. Now, it depends whether you think the 6th Battle Squadron of 1916, which was Lord Nelson, Agamemnon, Russell, and Almail, Cornwallis, Duncan, Exmouth, and Vengeance. The squadron was broken up in 1915 after having briefly been joined by HMS Revenge and sent to the Mediterranean. So basically, if the pre-dreadnoughts are at Jutland, they slow down the battle line. And that's the problem. They slowed down the battle line. Now, if you're talking about the dreadnoughts as in the American ships, as in their 6 battleships at Jutland, well, they don't really change much. Again, they're a little bit slower, but they don't really change much in terms of ground fleet operations. They do provide extra ships, though. And they take the overwhelming numbers to obscenely overwhelming. Because if you're adding on another 6, well, 5, because let's be honest, Arkansas replaced Delaware rather than being a separate ship. If you're adding on another 5 to what the Royal Navy had there, you'd be taking the Royal Navy's numbers from 28 battleships and 9 battlecruisers to 33 battleships and 9 battlecruisers, which is 42 dreadnoughts versus the entirety of the Kaiserlich Marine, which had 21 dreadnoughts, including battleships and battlecruisers, and 6 pre-dreadnoughts. So they had 27. Would have had 27 versus 42. That's just not nice. That's getting onto the cruelty levels. Nice, everyone. So, would it be accurate that thanks to Ben Maishari's demise, the Royal Navy should have avoided the demise of HMS Dasher? Well, Small problem with that is Dasher is an Avenger class, and she's built by the Americans. And she's one of the first built by the Americans. And basically, from that point onwards, the British go, we don't trust your fuel management systems, and rebuild every single one they get. So you can argue that, yes, they should have avoided it, but they were presuming that it would be okay. Basically, the British presumed that the Americans built to some proximity of equivalence to themselves, and they wanted the ships in service. Right. While you are the best kind of correct, technically, you are pushing it. What am I pushing now? Let's see, what's the previous question from Renan? What did I push? Yes! I am technically correct. I am pushing it, but I am technically correct. That's the point. Question 199. As the 1,000 Panvia torpedoes were to have been built, was it the end of the Cold War that got the final light cancelled? Yes. It's a case of the moment anything is over like that, the governments are going to try and save money. Would it be accurate that 16 Soviet Project 69 large cruisers would trigger a response from Western naval powers? Let's see, the Sveldal class... Let's see. Project 68Bs, and they're succeeded by the... And so basically you want the follow-ons. The Stalingrads were the 82s. What was 69s? Well, the thing is, you have the Royal Navy, and the Soviets produce 14 Sveldovs, which are the Project 68s. So, the Project 69, the 69s are never really started, they're never sort of laid down and done in that period. So, you have, though, an option of they planned 30 of the Project 68s. And if they had completed all 30, what's the response? The response is, oh frigate, we have to respond to this. Because that's a massive force increase and force capability increase. So, would it have triggered a response? Yes. What would our response have been? Well, they're armed with 6-inch guns, so probably it's going to be a new generation of light cruisers. And probably that's what you get. You get, as they were built between 48 and 59, you probably get another generation of light cruisers built in the 1960s. What would they be armed with? 6-inch guns and missiles. A mixture of the two. Alright, what did I drift on the floor? Oh, that's where that one was. Looking for that. And that's what I've got to put in my bag. Yes, now I remember. Speaker for the night. Why did the Royal Navy order 68 Bristol Type 191 helicopters? Because they thought they'd be useful. That's pretty much the reason. Also, if you start working that out in squadron numbers, that gives you the strength for 4 squadrons, a training group, and and a refitting group. Based on 9 and 12 aircraft squadrons. 12 aircraft squadrons is a rule for helicopters, especially if they're going to use them for ship flights. Hank, if World War II does not happen, when it does, how many Vanguard classes can most likely be built? Oh, you're probably looking at about 3 to 4. Because they probably just keep inserting them one a year until they've got to enough strength. Because they were looking at building up to about 25 capital ships. Speak for Night Runon. Would it be correct that without World War II starting in 1959, the RAF gets probably 711 Bolt and Bull Defiant? And yeah, probably. Let's be honest, they like them. They love the idea of the turret fighter. They're the only ones in the world who really do seem to love the idea of the turret fighter. And if South Africa declared itself independent in 1914, it's ocean. What kind of navy would it arguably need, and what kind would it likely afford? With their mining production, etc., they can afford quite a decent navy. What would they actually likely pay for? Not a lot. What do they need? At least some cruisers and sloops. Probably need something of a battleship scale as well as protection, kind of like Chile and South America and Brazil and Argentina have. But what do they probably end up getting? Some sloops. They're that kind of nation at that point. Speak for Night, Runon. As the Royal Navy was supposed to get all those different models of Blackburn Firebrand, if they got them, how many don't see carrier service? That's a hard one to say, because it's going to depend on what... If you're getting that many aircraft, then that's presumptive on them keeping far more carriers in service and keeping all the carriers operational, in which case more will see it. But if they get that many aircraft and the carriers still aren't available and visible, aren't wandering around, then it's going to be a lot less. So that's not really a question you can really answer without doing a whole lot of supposition, which makes the answer pointless. Blackman Maximus. So in the Canadian Tiger, Washington Treaty scenario, what would they have meant for World War II? That the navies of the world, especially the Royal Navy and the US Navy, are going to be a lot bigger. And it also means that probably a fair number of people are going to cry. Because those Tigers are going to be modernized. And maybe they've even been replaced. Hi, Dan. Glad you caught up. Foo, after being lumped into the role of Press Minister by Dr. Clarke, Fleet in anger nicks off with 6 years of BBC funding. He later returns with 20 kilo-class submarines acquired from a variety of sources, along with a fleet of 2 refitted Argentine Devil 6 Type 22 frigates he found somewhere, all sent around an ex-Soviet carrier operated by China and a half-sister copy that he bought off them with the BBC secrets. All of Dr. Clarke's response to that will be, what has it built in 7 years Dr. Clarke will be running it? My response to that will be the Astute class. And probably the fact that we will have 4 Queen Elizabeth class, so with F-35. So, yeah. Astute class. Good luck. Nice to everyone. How ridiculous is the World of Warships TSS German battleship Hanover? I haven't yet played against it, so I have no idea. Lama Maximus. In a scenario where the USS Long Beach is based on similar tonnage to the Alaska class and is armed with 3 auto-loading 888-inch guns from the Des Moines class, with auto-loading with 3 auto, how would this change things, and what would future US nuclear cruisers look to similar tonnage do? It would be a lot more powerful. It would be a lot more scary, and it would carry a lot more missiles. It would also potentially have changed if the US had built cruise. The trouble is, the TCOs come from their destroyer leader design heritage, not the cruiser design heritage, in their hull and shaping. So that changes things. But if they'd been built, if they'd been based on her, or if the strike cruisers had come through and had been based on her, the US would have a very, very powerful surface vessel which they could use for deterrence and presence missions. Night Signal, is it wrong to say the assumption made right now, yes, I've got system improved fatal for Dasher and her free and 20 of her crew. That seems the likely course of events, but we aren't, of course, 100% sure. It does seem the likely course of events. But there again, they're making the best decision they can with the information they have at the time. And if you think it's okay, then you're going to get their ship into service. And if you realise it isn't okay, then you fix it. And that's what I did to subsequent ones. And eventually, when the Americans had a good look at the British fuel management system, they first thought the British were paranoid obsessives. Then they looked at their own ship's experience, and they went, oh, frigate. Question 103. Would the Royal Navy plan to use the 5 Shakespeare and 10 Scott class of destroyer leaders as a replacement for HMS Swift and scout cruisers? Probably. Probably, that would start off with them. But Maximus, how would Fisher react to Canada ordering 4 Tigers? He'd have an absolute happy fit. He'd be doing a jig. Question 192. I don't think I got to this one. Was the BC-11A Grace intended to be the end of the line from the D3A Val? I don't know if it's intended to be the end line, but it's certainly the one we have the end line we see. But I don't know if it was going to be the end line, because we don't know. We don't know what comes next. We don't see that generation of aircraft. But guys, what are the after effects if the Turtle was successful in its 1776 attack on Admiral Howe's flagship in New York Harbor? Probably someone encourages to come up with anti-underwater defenses, and probably someone starts to thinking of they probably start thinking double bottoming ships. So probably you start getting ships being built with a false bottom and a false keel, or something like that, over their real hull, keel and hull. But Maximus, follow up to the Alaska, US and Long Beach area. If the strike cruisers are built, and how likely would the Chinese be trying to build? Oh, they would be. So would the Russians, and so would probably the British and French would have been dragged into it as well. In your opinion, what are your top 5 admirals in the 20th century? Okay. In terms of fleet command, I would say that the entries into the top 5 are, for the British, are probably Cunningham and Jellicoe. They've got to be up there. In terms of the Americans, you are probably looking at Nimitz, although he does more of a massive fleet command. And I would say Mitscher. I prefer him to Halsey. Spruance is good as well, but I think Mitscher does a better job. And from the Japanese, their entrance into top 5 is probably Toga Hayachiro and to an extent Yamato. So now I've got 6 in the top 5, but actually I have about I can easily fill out a top 10 into top 5 in my head, including my German counterparts. You know, definitely. The Germans have good ones in World War One. They really do. In World War Two, the Italians... Chino gets a bad press, but he doesn't do too bad. There's also, of course, Philip Vian, who should probably be in there, and there's just so many who are very good. This is the trouble when you have so many names floating around your head. But if I was going to go for the top 5 most influential in terms of ship design, I'm probably going to have Gorshkov in there. I'm going to have Henderson. Going to have King for the US Navy, because he does literally ride one over on the US Navy. But also Sims. Sims and King have a big impact. And you can't take out Fisher, take anything away from Fisher. There again, Mitsumasa Yonai seems to have a fairly big impact on Japanese ship construction, so we'll leave that to one side. It's an interesting one to get into. Oh. Where is Lee? Lee is a very good battleship admiral. He truly is a very good battleship admiral. But he never got to demonstrate his wider fleet command capabilities because he was so good with battleships he was basically stuck with them. So that's the thing. That's why I haven't put him into named in my top 5, or so in my top 8 into top 5, but he certainly is up there. Knight 600. Would the Germans consider Orion an even bigger fail if, for sinking Hood, Eugen is scuttled after being crippled by Hood and Bismarck is destroyed by Vengersfield Orion? Yeah. That's basically obvious. If they lose both ships, then they're really going to be annoyed. And how bad is the Tversky Soyuz carrier conversion idea? It's not the worst I've seen. It's not great, but it's not the worst I've seen. Hank, if in German 1936 Germany discovered they've been shipped by mistake all the parts for 20 Tennessee triple 14-inch turrets and no one is claiming them, if they outfit the historical fleet with them, including Deutschland's, how much better could this fleet perform? If they get all that, then it's going to be a great advantage for them. But if they get all that, that's also going to cause absolute problems, because if they have that many 14-inch guns, then that's going to be noted very quickly. I'm back in a second. Someone's waving at my door again. You can't keep doing this. What do you want? Why are you moving to the right at this time? It's 11:30 on a Sunday evening. You dearly, but go to bed and stop having a brainstorm. Or at least let everyone else get on with their evening. Ay, caramba. Sisters. Anyway, where was I? Sorry about that. I need to wash my hands again. Got stuff. Here's one for you. I've both dreamed of answering. It's one you and I both dreamed of answering, so I'll, as a favour, ask you. What is one of the older history questions you're tired of hearing? And if you don't have a specific question, what irks you? Do you have type of question that you wish people would stop asking? No question really irks me. I would say that. No question really irks me. I do find sometimes the questions which I would say sometimes I wish people wouldn't necessarily ask is the ones which I feel of, well, the answer is things just stay the same. Because if you change this, all the rest sort of changes in sympathy. And if it's all that, why has that happened? The main trouble, I think, when you're doing alternate history, when you're looking at these things and when you're doing the discussions from them, is trying to make sure you think about how that change is going to affect all the levers and cogs around it. Because it will do. And also, one of the problems you have is that a lot of books and a lot of historical memory goes X built Y, so A built B. And often that's not the case. That's really often not the case. It's one of the more interesting things in history is that isn't often the case. I love the scenario that we often sort of portray it as, but the fact is, the German 15-inch gun battleships, they're not a response to the Queen Elizabeth. They're really not. They're sort of a response to the R-class, but they're not a response to the Queen Elizabeth because the Germans know they can't build a response to the Queen Elizabeth. They can't get the money to physically match in that level. So they can build something which is roughly a German equivalent of the R-class. They can't the Queen Elizabeth. Because, whilst this is going to have the 15-inch guns, yay, so it's going to match in that way, it's not going to have the speed. Because they can't. They can't get that much money. Not they can't do it. The Germans are technically capable of doing that. They are. Trust me. They're capable of doing it. But the fact is, it's the actual, we have to get the money out of the government to get that money to build. And that's the big problem. And sometimes when you say that, people go, well, you're being rude about them. No. It's the situation they're dealing with, because to press down on that lever, you have to deal with the army. And as Thursday's video, where I talk about the Kaiserliche Marine over the Deutsches Heer, the Kaiser chooses the Kaiserliche Marine over the Deutsches Heer. To do it, to make it work in any way, shape or form, I had to change around a lot of personnel. And I had to basically reimagine and the German High Command from what it was to what it could have been to make it work. Which is almost unprecedented in the alternate histories I do on this channel, because as a rule I don't like making such big changes. But the only way I could make it work was to do that level of change. So yeah, that's it. Speaking of night, could sextuple torpedo tubes work? And yes, and how big a destroyer will they need to make work? Well, yeah, they were talking about 2,500 ton destroyers. Well, A, there were ships which did look at destroyer designs of sextuple torpedo launchers, and B, a 2,500 ton ship, that's going to be carrying 2 sextuple torpedo launchers. In 1930s. The largest second largest proposed submarine launcher, German 5,000 ton cargo U-boats. I don't even have drawings of what it would look like available. There are some, but I have no idea of the website off the top of my head. But I do remember there's a website I sort of looked at them. So do a good Google search, and when I say do a good Google search, I mean go into Google Academic, Google Scholar, and hunt through that, and that tends to churn up some interesting stuff. And go, basically, whatever you do, don't bother about the first 2 pages of results. Go to pages 3 and 4 and 5. It's usually where you'll find stuff. Shimakaze. Speaker for the night. Night 631. Why are the Japanese sexual torpedoes considered dubious historicity? No idea why. Probably because the lack of information in the Japanese scenario, because they burnt it all. But that's the thing, as I often make the point in the videos, there is stuff I will say on a video where I will give you the context and my facial expression and make sure I say it out loud. And there is the stuff I write in a book. If I can prove it with a hard document, a solid document to point to it, I can put it in a book. If I do not have a smoking gun document, I cannot put that in a book. I can have that strong suspicion. I can talk about that on this video, on these videos, and I will do. But I can tell you in the videos I often do, this is my strong suspicion. This is where my gut is leading to me because of all the information around it. But I cannot prove it. So I can tell you that. But I can't get a book published with that in it. I am tempted to produce a book of 50 things a historian can't prove but is sure is right. But I don't think it would sell. And look, how broke was the UK after World War II and could they have afforded a larger fleet of carriers? They go into paying back the debt as soon as they can policy. How broke were they? Not necessarily as broke as we like to think, but you have to remember, sometimes think, but they had been through quite a lot of economic shocks. But the main thing you have to do is what do you prioritise? They're prioritising at that time, the big thing is the V-bomber force, and developing and setting up all for them a nuclear weapons, so that's the priority. And so if that hadn't been a priority, the money would be there for the carriers. And that's the scenario you're dealing with. Fleet oceans. How often do all history questions get asked and people don't consider the infrastructure required to point a carry them out? AKA Soviet fleet build-up being sped up pre-1941. Oh, that often comes up. The infrastructure. There's a whole discussion going on in this channel moment with someone who keeps talking about the H-class. And... sorry. You're dead. Thank you. This torpedo has claimed many victims. Most of them large daddy longlegs when they come flying in here. Because I can't, if I try and reach the corner up there, just a bit short, smack them quickly. So, but this adds the length. Anyway, so the amount of times they do that with the H-class is a good example. The German battleships. There's an ongoing discussion, the saga that's front on this channel, with someone who keeps putting forward the arguments for them. And I do appreciate them putting forward the arguments for them, but the trouble is they are often taking Nazi Germany at its word for its stuff being ready, and it wasn't ready. And the reason that you can say that and sell that is because Nazi Germany doesn't start the work. Because they're still doing the work. If you think about Nazi, if you consider the whole German policy, they make this big thing about we are commissioning, basically, our new slipways. Yay! Okay, so you can use them now? No, we're still working on them. So they're really not working. No, but we commissioned them. And it's like they're ships. We've commissioned the Tirpitz. So it's ready to use for war? No. We've still got to do testing and then we've got to work it up. Okay. And that causes issues for people. And I'm completely understanding about it because it comes through. But it's also it's a case of, okay, yes, you've got the slipways, good. Have you got the yards that can produce, the factories that can produce the machine plant? Well, they can on paper. Can they? So under what circumstances can they produce? Well, when they go to free shifts in... when do they go to free shifts again? That they don't even go properly to free shifts till the end of the war. They don't? No. Oh, great. There are problems. But that's the assessment. And that's the whole thing about alternate history, which is is interesting. It's the context of it. And if you consider the patron votes we have coming up today on this month's patron for August, the vote that's currently been live for August. How many people voted in already? There's already been 112 votes cast. And there's a comment. No, there isn't a comment. But yeah, there's a fair number of alternate histories. Blackbeard Maximus has done many about the Tiger class. David Forthwaite has done a question about the Chinese Navy. That's doing pretty well, got 8 votes. Chivalrous, early rocket propelled anti-aircraft systems, have got 9 votes. Jessica Brisbane's submarine aircraft carriers. Why would anyone think the F-400's class has got 10? So is Wayne Borean, logistics, an evaluation of the logistics capable of each combat navy in September 1939. And British submarines versus Axis warships has got 9. But so currently the regular history is in the lead at the moment, not the alternate history. But there is actually there are plenty of alternate history questions suggested. I'm surprised Gravina's Trafalgar has never done better. And Wayne Borean's Washington Treaty limits gun-armed ships to 10,000 tons. Assigns battleships tonnage to the carriers. What happens? That has only got 1 vote, which I'm presuming is from Wayne. So I'm presuming Wayne hasn't started his campaign yet for that. Hello, Melanie1640. Oh, hi. Nights ago, on the July the 8th, 1966, the de Havilland Sea Vernon of 899 SS was a nighttime carrier-controlled approach to Aegis Eagle in Surrey, Johor, Malaysia, with pilots Lieutenant Pratt and Observer Lieutenant Woodford at the controls. An approach suffered total hydraulic failure and crashed in the Strait of Johor. 2 questions. Why were the pilot and observer unable to bail out of the loss of hydraulics? And why did it take 6 days after experience for a crash for it to a flight crew to be found? Well, in answer to 1, how quickly did it crash, and was it going? What angle was it going down in? Because you can't bail out in all positions from aircraft. If you're inverted and you're too low, you can't eject. Basically, you'll just be rocketed into the ground. And why did it take 6 days to find them? Because whilst you might know where they entered the water, if they entered the water enough activity, then they're going down below the water, and frankly the Navy doesn't have the right sonar, as we discussed before, for really searching the seabed. Their sonar is designed to hunt things like submarines, which are moving, have life and occasional, and are quite large and metallic, not strewn wreckage over a seabed. That's a different form of sonar. As a rule. You can slowly find it, but it takes time. Paul Amos, what type of questions do you enjoy answering the most, and which do you prefer not to answer at all? I'll always say when I don't want to answer a question, and usually when I don't want to say it, it's because it's either too modern or it's sensitive information-wise, in that it's branching into areas of intimate discussion which are, how do I put this, either not in this channel's content remit because it's a bit too political, or it's a bit too current tech-wise and could have issues and consequences. But questions I enjoy answering? I enjoy them all, really. I enjoy discussion. Blind Man Maximus, in a Canadian Tiger scenario, would that make the US more likely to order 14-inch battlecruisers to counter or showboat, and would it have twins or triples? Probably would make them more likely to order them, and probably would have... Ooh, twins or triples? The Americans like the triples. They could go for the triples. I think they go with the triples. How would the world react if the US sent warships to South America in response to the Graf Spee sinking ships in the Western Hemisphere, and what ships would you send? The Americans did send warships down to South America. They had cruisers, etc., wandering around as part of the neutrality zone, and basically they sent them down there and were wandering around. And that's what you would send, because anything else you send is going to be not really worth it. I might send the what? I might spend the... Well, would I send the Ranger or the Wasp? Might send the Ranger, but there again, the South Atlantic and the Ranger, not a good idea. Fleet of Oceans. Out of these 3, which do you prefer? The 16-inch ship top, the 18-inch ship bottom, or the 14-inch single ship range? And in that vein, in the Red Fleet timeline, since the UK decided to build a new big gun service commander post-Falklands, at your urging, which of those 3 calibers would they go with? Refurbished 14-inch from KGVs, a new 16-inch, or a new 18-inch? Can they even build new 16-inch guns or new 18-inch guns in the mid-1980s? Well, if you've kept the guns going, you're going to have kept the plant for maintaining and facilitating them and repairing them. So basically, as long as you've kept the part of the plant going for reconditioning them, which you have to maintain those guns in service, you're going to have the facility to rebuild them. Because you've had both 15-inch and 14-inch in service, because you've had Vanguard and the King George V's, you're going to have the 14-inch, 15-inch guns available on the line to do that with. And I notice you haven't got a 15-inch gun version here. You haven't got... And you've got Vanguard in there. But, you know, she doesn't, you know, she's not there. You've got Vanguard around, but you haven't gone for a twin 15-inch. I would have... That would probably not have gone for the twin 15-inch map. But, the cheapest, from the government's perspective, is going to be going with either the twin 15-inch or twin 14-inch. Because that's the stockpiles they have. So they would probably, if we're dealing with a historically accurate interpret, probably go with the 14 or the 15-inch. And the thing is, they're going to have a large stockpile of 15-inch and a large stockpile of 14-inch. The only other option is if the Americans are also building them, they didn't go with a new 16-inch because it's a joint project. So if it's a joint project with the Americans, it'll be a new 16-inch gun. If it's just the British going alone, it'll be a 14 or 15-inch. And if they want to get rid of one of the stockpiles so they can cheapen down on things, they'll probably go 15-inch because they're keeping Vanguard in service. Remember, if I remember correctly, as part of this timeline. So then they can get rid of all the 14-inch and save money and just focusing on the 15-inch. And they probably have kept quite a stockpile of 15-inch around to support it. Yeah, the Sovetsi Soyuz one, I didn't miss it. I said it's not the worst of the carrier conversions I've seen. It's plausible, but it's definitely not a decent one. It's not the worst idea I've seen. It's not the worst. That goes to saying, if the USN had forgotten permission to go with 16-inch guns with the Pennsylvania class and then went with 18-inch guns for the Colorado class, how do things change? Well, that would make 18-inch guns the limit for the naval treaties, which means you're not stopping the 16.5-inch guns, which the British were working on for the G3s. And added to that, the other bonus is they're going to be a lot bigger. If they're 16-inch they're 18-inch gunships, they're going to be bigger. So that means the treaty limits are probably going to be, tonnage limits are going to be well in excess of 40,000 tons. And consequently also, the British are going to respond as well. So if the USN had gone with 16-inch guns for the Pennsylvania class, then expect a response earlier from the British. Let's see, Pennsylvania class. Let's find some notes. So they're built 1912. So they're built at the same time as the Queen Elizabeths. And to be fair, they're laid down in October and March. October 1913 and March 1914. They're ordered in 1912. So The Queen Elizabeths are laid down in October 1912 and January 1913. I think the main thing you see is that the main response is going to be the R-class are going to probably jump up. If they're coming in immediately with 16-inch gun-ships, that's already going in for the British. So the British will go, ooh, okay, we've got to jump up as well. The R's are probably going to still be 15-inch gunships, but the whole thing is they might emphasize the speed a bit more. And so they might end up those, which lay down in December, November 1913 and January 1914. Probably all built slightly faster. Again, which could have interesting consequences for their cancelling, but leave that to one side. The class planned after that is going to be bigger. The British are going to go, and if the Colorados are at 18-inch guns, then the Royal Navy is definitely going to have something, a Hood or something is going to come in with proper 18-inch guns, rather than being a 15-inch gun battlecruiser. Take care, Steve. Speaking of night, why was the US Navy planning a 6-inch anti-aircraft cruiser? Because that was considered the next generation, and improvement. And let's be honest, a 6-inch anti-aircraft cruiser would be quite useful. The extra range of the 6-inch gun, the extra explosive power of the shell, things you can add into the shell, how you all make it useful, and the fact that when it goes off, it's going to go off with a really big bang. By Guy 229, how much does history change if US Maine doesn't blow up in Havana Harbor? Well, the Americans are definitely going to be looking for another reason to start a war to Spanish, but they'll find one eventually. I think your question was about objection. Well, Dr. Clarke was right about the answer for the correct period was correct for the period. Ace's 2-seat introduced in 1978 can fire inverted at 140 feet with 100% expectation lift. Yeah, but the question, as said, was the Sea Vixen, which was interesting in 1966. So, yeah, for that period it was a bit. It was. I think it was too tight. If they inverted. You looked perplexed. Did I catch Timmy's 18-inch lighthouse collection? Look, where are the finished lighthouse ships with 18-inch guns? I'm not sure where they're wandering around, but they're always threatening to be somewhere. It's the finish. It's the 18-inch. It's their love of 18-inch guns. 96 was it crew abundance that meant the USN did not go down the route of automation until 21st century? Pretty much. But also it was their approach, especially to a lot of actions and a lot of things. Basically, the Americans still have a healthy dose of chuck people at it for a problem. Mike Lima, Treble 7. How effective would the Allies have been if Hedgehog was developed in 1939? Well, if Hedgehog's available in 1939, then you don't need two escorts to attack a prosecutor submarine, because an escort can maintain ASDIC contact while still firing Hedgehog at it. It can't maintain ASDIC contact whilst dropping and doing a depth charge run. So that means submarine escorts can now at that point engage submarines solo, far more effectively and far more efficiently, which means the Germans are going to lose a lot more U-boats early on, which means the veterancy they build up and the experience they build up, which is necessary for dealing with a surge of U-boats and providing the officers for them, is not going to happen That's going to have a big impact on the U-boat, the happy times. I don't think they get the first happy time as happy as it was historically, and the second happy time might not happen in any way, shape, or form. I too, maybe a tad too common for history curriculum, but how do you see navies adapting to the various challenges that climate change will pose in the near future? They're all working on it in various ways, shapes, and form. Basically, expect sea levels to rise, and expect there to be more world underwater, and more water in the world. That's free and moving. That's the basic premise we've all been discussing, but there are other scenarios which can happen with climate change. It's all going to be interesting. The main issues you have to deal with are going to be water scarcity in some regions of the world, water overabundance in other regions of the world, and the issues of what's going to cause conflicts in that period. Because look, there are three things which reliably cause conflicts amongst humans: lack of water, too much water, so lack of land, and lack of food. And what's worse is those things can cause it in reality or in perception of them. So reality might be there's plenty to go round. Perception, there isn't enough, that can cause conflict. Conversely, reality might be there's not enough to go round, but the perception is there is enough to go round. Then you get conflict and people asking, why is there conflict going on? It's all fun. Yeah, they're all they're all looking at it, they're all trying to figure it out, but there's a limit to what they can do, because this is the point I have to make about procurement. People get sort of critique procuring battleships in 1939 or the beginning of World War II or through World War II. Yes, aircraft potentially in the future can run the show from a carrier, and an aircraft carrier can run the show. But in 1939, you aren't sure of that. They haven't proved themselves yet. Are you going to bet your entire house on it, or are you going to build the existing one and build that one as well? Can I build both? Dan Freeman, go on. Take care. I'm not travelling out till Friday. I have to send a whole load of emails, though. I have to talk through all sorts of things with various museums. It's going to be fun. Tomorrow, that's basically my plan tomorrow. Email a lot of museums. And record some more videos. Time check for me is it's midnight, and I will probably carry on till I've answered through the other questions. A couple more minutes, a couple more questions come in, yeah, and I will shut. At a certain point, I'll write in questions end, and from that point on, there'll be no new questions, and I'll write the questions that in the Discord. So, yeah. In the event of oceans, in the event of no naval treaties, what is the effect on submarines? We've already seen a trend towards a split between cruiser submarines and normal boats for regular work, even prior to the treaties. Do we see the successes they expand on other cruiser submarines with heavy surface armament? No. Because it's an idea they all love, but technology doesn't back it up, and the reality of operating it doesn't back it up. So it's a case of they will keep experimenting with them, but they will keep coming back with the same result, going, it works so well in theory, but in practice it's terrible! That's serious. So with the Royal Navy's automation drive from the 1880s onwards, what was the Royal Navy's end goal? The best, most survivable, fewest crewed, largest volume of ships fleet it could get. And that's the thing for the Royal Navy. They want to be everywhere. So they need a lot of ships. They don't want to pay a large crew bill. They don't want to keep having to feed a lot of crew. So they need to come up with something else to support it. And as said, it's not just from the 1880s. The Royal Navy's been doing reducing crew since, honestly, the 1690s. The Royal Navy's been working out its rigging so it would require less crew to get to sail a ship efficiently for that long. So the Royal Navy's honestly been looking at how to reduce crew numbers for a long, long time. Half the work done on carronades is done because the Royal Navy likes the idea of being able to reduce the number of crew it needs per gun, so it can reduce the number of personnel on the ship. Nice to go around. So, with the I'll answer that one. Do you think the US should be building Aegis Ashore missile defense installations stateside and maybe at major foreign bases? It's certainly an option. You could also just deploy more Patriot batteries. The latter's probably cheaper. And a lot more flexible. But I would say having some long-range radar to defend your country is probably a sensible thing. I would like more. Nice to everyone. Question 185. So without World War I, do you expect with each ship generation in the RN the level of automation will increase? Yes. And they did so through World War I. And they did in the 1920s and 30s. Whilst crew numbers might go up at various points in wartime, it's usually because of the rapid installation of things like AA equipment. And the fact that when you're rapidly putting in, you can't necessarily, you go for what's available, not what you'd like to necessarily develop. But they very soon drop down. They very soon start working on stuff which requires far fewer crew. And speaking of self-guided submarine hunting, what is that system that has 6 large mortar-fired bombs, 2 mats of 3? As I recall, they fired in triangle pattern, rotating 180 degrees on top of each other. You're probably talking about Squid. I think that's the one which comes after Hedgehog. Let's check. Yeah. And that eventually was replaced by Limbo. But I think you're talking about Squid. Squid is a very effective system for when you want to make a lot of problems in the water. Like I don't know, would the 5-inch 38 cal be the naval version of what the M1 Garand was to the Army and Marines? Certainly it is an example of what those were available to be. And certainly is the ship equivalent, I would argue. And look, I recently saw the Royal Navy considering fleets having manpower crew issues. Is there any likelihood that the pay will increase should we sell soon? You can always hope, but that means they're going to have to find the money from somewhere. They also need to start actually making the deal better and recruiting more. Mike Lima, set Treble 7. What would be more useful for taking out modern bridge? 16-inch shells or a Tomahawk Talons? Assume minimal defenses. if you're at a range that you can use 16-inch shells, use the 16-inch shells. But if you're at a range for greater than that, the Talons are better. It's a kind of range issue. If you're at the range of the 16-inch shells, use the 16-inch shells. It's probably cheaper by a large margin, and it's going to cause a lot more damage. It's going to take out a lot more than just a bridge. But if you're at range that you can't hit with 16 shells, the Talons will do the job. But guys, what do you think of the US testing Hornets carrying SM-6 missiles? Well, whatever rocks your boat. That's it. In the nicest way, the Americans are just going, we can do this from everything. Now they are just getting to the point at which they're showboating. Last questions. So that's basically the 1 minute warning. Michael, I think I've answered all your questions that I've seen. I got asked this one, and I've answered it. Black Maximus, if the 4 Canadian Tiger scenario, with how many battlecruisers would the US order if the battlecruisers were built based on the Pennsylvania-class battleships? Probably they'd order 4. Like I just know, do you think the US should have used all 4-hour class in Vietnam? Whilst the firepower would certainly have been joyous, and I think the US Marines would especially like them in certain areas they get in fighting, and I think there's a certain delta where, frankly, the US forces would have loved a Iowa class to be in close proximity providing support. I don't think... I don't think it's necessarily needed for them. I don't think it's necessarily needed for them to do that. And so I think they get away with what they do have available. Be nice to have extra, but they don't need it. Question 33. Would the US battlecruisers be 1 word or 2 words? Probably end up being 2 words, because that's what the Lexingtons were. Because to the Americans, they're basically using it as a reason to build a large cruiser. Odds on major naval war in the next 5 years? I don't like to give those sorts of odds. Question 34. Mike Lima, what is the UK equivalent to the Marine Nationale wine cellars? We have frigging pubs on our ships. UK equivalent to wine cellars? Probably the beer hold. Honestly, they have a huge... literally, go aboard. Queen Elizabeth and Prince of Wales literally have a country pub for a mess. That's how they decided to organise it. The closest land mess I can think of that's equivalent to it is HMS President's, and that's smaller. Blackman Maximus, how would the 4 Canadian Tigers are affecting any future Lexington class? And the order of any future US battleships? Lexingtons would probably be the 2nd generation capital of their battlecruisers. And the US battleships would probably want to be... They'd probably be just ordering them. Honestly, there's a certain point at which they're going to not work up too much of a sweat over it, because it's 4 Canadian vessels. and the Americans know as well as the British do how badly the Canadians maintain their ships. Let's be honest, the Royal Navy got back a cruiser from the Canadians and looked at it and basically went, do we burn this or do we cry over it? Speaking of, I'm going to lock the chat. 9640. Right, so Modern 155. I love the way Runon goes, I'm going to lock the chat. An admin comes in, a flotil leader. Melanie goes, I'm going to still ask a question. So Modern 155mm extended range ammunition can easily outrange a 16-inch 50 of the hours. I wonder what a modern 16-inch extended range shell would be capable of. Wings deployed RPG and a glide along target. How far? Well, yeah, that you would be dealing with something which is a very, very long-range weapon system. You could factor in a lot. Let's be honest, a 16-inch shell, you could probably factor in a small motor if you wanted to. So, yeah, questions end. Thank you very much, everyone. I hope you've enjoyed. I hope I've managed to answer all your questions that you had this evening. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for being here. I hope you've enjoyed the Bruships from the Brushacks, the Brushack, and yeah. It's gonna be weird. It's gonna take me so long to get comfortable in a new place. I do know that. But it's gonna be good. It's gonna be back to having my own place virtually. I know it's going to be a multi-generational dwelling. Because I decided that was sensible. You know, looking at my mum and sister's health, it's sensible. I end up with a 2-bedroom property, which was probably what I'd be aiming for anyway, because that's enough space for me. And they end up with a property, and we're next door to each other, and we happen to be on one house. We happen to be one building. It works out best that way, I think. But yeah, thank you everyone for your support. Thank you everyone for the support and who are members. Thank you to everyone who's patrons. Thank you and voting away. Thank you to everyone who does the things like Ko-fi and PayPal and memberships, who make this all possible, make all the books possible. Thank you to everyone who's donating on Scandi Ship and making that possible. That's going to be cool. And, well, yeah, next week's one could be slightly interesting time-wise, but it's going to probably be from Narvik. Because if correctly, what we'll plan is I fly to Oslo Friday. Saturday I'm going to be going around Oslo. If anyone wants to say hi to us, we're going to be around Oslo on Saturday. I'm going to be National Maritime Museum and Armed Forces Museum. That's me, where I'm going. I think Dr. Dan and Boom Boom Dan are going to be with me, but I'm not sure where the others are going to be. I know Drak is planning the Kreisberg Fortress, but there are options that Garius might also be wandering to other things, so it's going to be interesting. And then we fly up to Narvik on the Sunday. About lunchtime. Because frankly I'm not getting up there and going on the crack of dawn. I'll let other people go at crack of dawn. I'm getting a sensible plane. So thank you very much everyone. Thank you Constant Drowsiness, thank you Blackburn Maximus, thank you Night6 everyone. Thank you Raptorat. Thank you Melanie6040, thank you Paul Amos, thank you Dan, thank you everyone who's watching, Anook, IO2, Ins Morrison's, DG40, thank you Timu Luca, thank you Constant Drowsiness, Mike Lima, 777, thank you Runon and Steve Clarke and all the others who did all the sterling work this evening with getting these chats up. Thank you Fleet of Oceans and Henk. Thank you everyone who's been giving questions all evening. It's been really fun. Thank you, Paul Amos. Thank you everyone who's been here. It's been a lot of fun, and it's always a lot of fun chatting with you. And yeah, take care, and hope to see you all again soon. And hope you like all the videos I've recorded for you. Still got to record a couple for you. And I'm going to give you a bit of a heads up, okay? Friday's key ships. They're supposed to be 25 minutes long. It's 110 minutes long. It's the Implacable class. It's going to be fun. I hope you'll enjoy it. Thank you very much, everyone. Take care. Night-night. And good luck to everyone who's got stuff they're going on to do. Toodles.